This presentation is made possible by these amazing individuals and organizations. Whether it was through Patreon, Super Chats, Super Stickers, or by watching, liking, and commenting, I really appreciate each and every one of you. Hi, everyone. Oh, my goodness. Great to see everyone in the chat today. I just want to tell you guys, welcome to the show. I am Retro Nerd Girl, broadcasting live from the International Science Fiction Space Station, hovering over Earth, and ready to have a very detailed conversation about the movie that has been really just causing a lot of controversy out there, Barbie. And I never thought it would ever do that, but it has. And I watched it on Sunday. I went to the theater for the first time since 2019, and I don't know, guys. I was expecting not to like it, but I loved it. And I have a lot of things to say about the movie. That's quite surprising. Really took me by surprise that I would actually feel this way about this film. And first and foremost, for anyone who has seen the film and has a different response to it, I definitely understand where you're coming from, and I definitely hope that we have an open line of communication and a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect for all of the people who have voiced their outrage and their dislike of this movie. I fall into a different category, and I will definitely explain all my thoughts and ideas and reasons why this actually is pretty good to me. Um, and I hope that's what that's what I really like about this film is the fact that we're talking about a subject matter and we're having this conversation and maybe it needs to be had. I don't know. Maybe we need to have this kind of conversation. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. I have seen a lot of familiar names, and I'm really excited to talk to you guys today. We've got Brogu first up says hello everyone, and a special hello to the captivating retro nerd girl. Well, I mean, you're gonna start me off like blushing right away. And we've got emojis, which is so awesome. We've got an astronaut and a rocket ship. Coming across your channel felt like I found a precious pearl in the sea of YouTube. Thank you for being you, RNG. Well, thank you for being here, and just wonderful having so many wonderful conversations. In the chat, and just your presence is very much felt and appreciated. So thank you, Rogo. You're just awesome. And look who's here, Daryl Johnston. Great to see you. I haven't seen you in a while, and so good to see you. Um, and hope you're having a wonderful morning. Let's see. And we've got Keith E. Hi, Keith E. Says Hooper, because of the movie, is out in the lobby selling pink fedora. He is making quite a bundle. It's the crossover item between Barbie and Oppenheimer. Oh, what a great idea. Hooper is really smart. Yes, oh my God. It's really, really nice to see what all the hoopla of everyone going to the theater and kind of doing something together. So I do like that. I really, wish there were more movies that inspired this kind of activity where people would dress up and or like have some sort of like fun hoopla around a movie. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. Not since the early days of Star Wars have I felt something like this. So yeah, I'm definitely very much appreciative to both Oppenheimer and Barbie for bringing this forth, uh, and especially at a time when cinemas are just struggling. And so, like, we have this one, this grouping of these two movies that is just like doing it for the cinemas. So, cheers, and you guys, a lot of you guys are talking in the chat amongst each other. Daryl mentions, hey, everyone hit the like button. And probably meaning to do it for manga, right? Yes. And oh, Brogu says, RNG, I hope you're feeling better. Thank you. I am feeling better. It's it was kind of a weird weekend. I am feeling better. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. And Unicorn Rampant Studio is here. Says LOL Mongo. Yes, Mongo, one of our favorite places. Um, and Unicorn Rampant Studio says, "Good morning, everyone. I am on my bike. Have you all in my headphones, checking chat between stops, trying to get the dog walks in before it gets too hot today." Oh, wow. Okay. All right. We won't try to distract you too much while you're working. Oh my goodness. Well, thanks for checking in on us while you have a very busy morning. We appreciate it. Um, and let's see. Let's keep going. Look, look, look who's here. It's Bonzo Kilborn. How are you? Greeting, Agent Mayhem. You're cleared to land. Well, it's a different universe, but yes, my Agent Mayhem. And who's this? This is Tojo. Tojo, I haven't seen you in a while. Retro nerd girl, excited to see your thoughts on Barbie eventually. Oh yes, so great to see you, Tojo. Let's see. Um, and oh, look, look, look. Lord, Lord Toth is here. Says hi, everyone. Oh, so good to see you, Lord Toth. Yeah, what a day. What a day. And Hungry Jerk says, how shocking. Yeah, I am a girl, and so they snagged me in with the pink, all the Barbie references and things like that. But there's more to it, because I'll wait to get to the juicy parts of where the things that I think are really great about the film. Daryl Johnson says, "Hey, RNG, that's a nice color for you. Thumbs up on the blouse." Oh, thank you very much. Yes, I figured to wear this today, and maybe I'll wear it on occasion, because it's just to do something different. Maybe I could get a blue one and wear one of those, maybe a blue outfit. That'll be interesting. Keith E says, "You hear me loud and clear. Thank you." Mission accomplished. And Rogus says, "I love your new uniform, but you always look great." Yes. Well, I do it in commemoration for Barbie, the pink, you know. And Tojo says, "Not me, RNG. Sorry, Barbie was good, and if you didn't like it, you will be hit from a laser from space." If you didn't like it, you'll be hit from a laser from space. Well, I did like it. And Bonzo says, "I disapprove of Barbie." I know a lot of people who do. I know a lot of people who do, and I understand, and respect your decision or your feelings, absolutely. And Hungry Joy says, "Barbie and Oppenheimer. I don't get it." Yeah, I mean, it's a weird pairing, but the two movies, it's basically what happened was Tom Cruise, realizing that he's like was trying to support the film industry and cinema, said, "Hey, he's going to see both Barbie and Oppenheimer on the same day," and he showed his tickets, and so then it became a thing. So Tom Cruise is I would say the godfather of it, and then the internet took it way out of proportion, and just the two movies being polar opposites, um, really made in tone, made people really feel like this would be the perfect thing to pair together. So I thought it is ridiculous and unusual, but definitely fun, a fun idea. And it's doing really well for Oppenheimer. It's actually helped Oppenheimer quite a bit. And Keithy says, if artificial intelligence flags your comment, I'm going to make it not appear since I may not be sure what it doesn't like. So I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah, sometimes comments do get taken away by the automated service on YouTube. It's not anybody's fault. But also, if you do have something that's really, highly inflammatory, you might not want to post it. I was just gonna say, I would love for people to try to be kind in your criticisms. Criticisms are welcome, but definitely kindness is also encouraged. And definitely, again, I do hope that everyone knows that I respect everyone's opinion, and also I would appreciate, even like, however we feel, that we never use any name calling to demonstrate our feelings. If we can avoid that, that would be great. Let's see. Oh gosh, it's just Georgia says, saw Oppenheimer twice and will be seeing it a third time in 70 millimeter IMAX on Saturday. Oh my God, that sounds really cool. I wish I had I wish I had a lot of money to go do something like that, but I was like, one time I'll see maybe if I can squeeze in Oppenheimer, because I do know that it is a movie that is probably most likely going to get a lot of Oscar buzz. From what I've heard from many people, that it's really good. Um, and I've heard some criticisms about it, um, but I think people are, on the most part, are just saying what how amazing it is. And Ian Tyndale is here and says, "Phew, what a week, huh?" Yes, it was crazy. It's just been insane this week. Oh, and look, Thrash Pondo Pons is here. Says, "Hey, cats and kittens. Oh, so good to see you." And Unicorn Ramp Studio says, even cartoon violence is violence when it comes to AI. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Meow. And so true. And Tojo says, people have to learn to understand that some movies aren't made for them. As a man, there were scenes that obviously I couldn't relate to, but I could enjoy the film regardless. Can't we just have fun? Yes, I mean, that is definitely an opinion, and it's really tough, it's really tough. But yeah, if we can all, like, try to understand everybody, where other people are coming from. And I found this film to be from a certain perspective. I don't share the perspective of everything in the film, but there's a lot I do identify with, which really was kind of fun and exciting for me, especially to do with the Barbies, and the actual idea of play and playing with Barbies. And I will definitely, there's going to be a little show and tell, guys. I've got Barbies on hand right over here, right beside me. And we're going to do a little show and tell too. So that's going to be fun. Now, Bonzo Kilborn says, kindness. Well, I have so many insults ready to go. I'm telling you right now, between the mods and YouTube, you're not going to have a chance. But yes, let's keep it nice and friendly and classy. Oh, we do. I think this might be the one day I definitely might need my little thing. Here, let me remove your comment there, and put this here. And here we go. Thank you for that awesome comment, Bonzo. Yeah, I hope we can. I hope we can. I hope my faith in humanity still it still reigns supreme. So we'll all pull through somehow. And Unicorn Rampant Studio, thank you so much for the $7 super chat. Just celebrating you were able to enjoy a theatrical presentation of moving pictures. Yes. I know it's just been you guys it's been so long, and it's just been it was kind of nice to go to theater. I was worried because my eyesight has really changed quite a bit since the last time I went to the theater, and I was like, "Oh no, am I going to even be able to see the screen?" It was just fine. I could see the screen without my glasses, and it was just fine. And so I really appreciated every moment of being able to go to the theater. Um, the I live in the mid west, so people have been coming in droves to see this movie to the little theater that's playing, and everybody was so there was so much laughter going on in the film all the way through to the end. And I was like, "Wow, okay, this is not like, what I thought it was gonna be based on the reaction from other people that, clearly didn't like the movie," which didn't ma like I said, I saw everything that they were talking about right there, but I interpreted it in a different way and from a different lens. And I like I said, I'm gonna go through all of that, but thank you for noticing that this is definitely like it's been a while since I've been to the theater. And I wanted to give you a special thank you. I just love that song too. It's just so groovy. Toja says Gosling and Robbie were so good, man. I think so. They were so. Oh my God, the everyone is doing such a great job acting. Performing, dancing, singing. It was just wonderful to see what they were able to do. Really made me feel like at some parts of this really felt like the old school um, Hollywood musical from back in the day. And I was like, whoa, and also how dressed the sets were along with the performances. Loved all of that. Loved all of that. Ryan Gosling was just incredible. Just loved his performance. And gosh, we need a Ken movie. We really do. And everything that his character is doing in the film is just so gripping, so poignant. I was like, wow, he's really doing a lot more than this character ever I thought the character ever could do. So, yeah, I there's a lot to the performance, a lot to the character, and a lot more that can be explored. And Brogu says, I've heard the comments about the Barbie movie and how it does some male bashing. I'm tired of all the negativity in the world. Women against men, men against women, racial hatred everywhere, pathetic. I agree. I definitely feel that, I mean, I agree with you being sick of all of the discourse that we're having these days. And I really hope that somehow we can all, get along. Why can't we all just get along? If you guys remember that statement from the 90s. Um, it's just really the movie does have a moment, well, several moments where they do talk about men and uh, eh, I would say the battle of the sexes, if you will, the age-old battle of the sexes. But I also think that there are nuances to it, and I'm going to get into those and where what I think is happening in the film because I have a specific theory on what's happening in the film that I have not heard yet. Thank goodness, cross my fingers. And it really is very important to share this idea because I think that could change the way people are seeing this movie. And Tojo says, Retro Nerd Girl is too nice for all of this internet nonsense. We need a book club. That is so sweet. Oh man. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says I have a fascination with some movies, but overall I'm not as much of a movie person as I am a regular two-dimensional artist. However, I was involved with movie lovers for most of my life, and it's real. Yeah, it's really, it is a different it's an art form in its way, which is really complicated, and it's moving art in a way, but also there's a lot more stuff to, like, juggle around. I'm a fan of just creating stuff and, stuff being interpreted, human expression. And I feel like this really covers human expression. And Keith E says positive fandom has an interesting take on the Barbie movie. Yeah, I did see um, RM's talk with Pasha, Cameron Pasha, and it was really good. It was really good. I did enjoy that discussion. Um, and I have a little bit more to add to that. I wish I was on that live stream because I really felt like we could have really tangled, but whatever scheduling or whatever, I had just walked into work and caught them just when they were finishing up. So it was probably no way for me to join them anyway. But yes, definitely. I did, participate in the chat in the last part. And then later on, I was able to catch the beginning. It was really informative. And Hungry Jerk says, we had a club in school called Philo um, Biblio. Oh, Filio Biblio, where we'd read the book and then we'd see the movie. Oh, cool. It was all sci-fi. Cool. Oh my God, Hungry Jerk, what an education. That's really awesome. And let's see. Unicorn Rampant Studio says that first blue beam of unicorn love was thrilling. You're like zapping people with your energy. And Ian says there should be a Ken film based in Scotland called Beyond Our Ken. Oh, interesting. Okay. And Keith E says is saying hi to Thrash. Um, and let's see. Tojo says, I love that despite being a Barbie movie, they took time to address how men can ruin themselves through obsession over women and overtly expressing their masculinity. We we are kin enough. We're enough. Well, yeah, I don't I would see I don't know about that. See, that's really interesting. I didn't even see that, but what I saw something similar in that whole process there, but from a female lens, and that's really cool that you're able to pull out like actual connection, and maybe we're just human beings and we have a lot of similar feelings. I don't know. um, and let's see. Tojo says, how can I get in contact with you, RNG? I used a small clip from one of your streams for a song of mine. It's not monetized, but I thought I would potentially at least send it to you. Oh, that's really sweet. That's wild. Yeah, my email is in the description down below. So yep, you can send me stuff on from my email. And Bonzo says, if any other group had been treated the way men are treated in Barbie, all the people who love would be enraged. All the people who love it would be enraged. Is that what you're saying? Um, yeah, I again, I didn't. Okay, so I will tell you what I'm seeing in the movie when I get to it because I don't see. Um, I understand that some people have seen the movie and have viewed it in a certain way, and but I particularly saw it in a different way, through a different lens. Not that I'm not aware of what was happening in the movie, about what they were saying, the characters themselves, but um, I want us to stop. Well, I want to be able to explain it as we go along, okay? Because then I can really like get to some of the real problems, um, or the real differences in thinking, um, because I have a theory about certain things, is what I'm saying, and that's different from, that doesn't quite work out with that theory. Does that make sense? I have a theory that doesn't work out with that theory. All right. Now, Unicorn Man from Sia says, sorry, I was really trying to say a million things, but there is a character limit. I just mean the actual experience of sitting in the movie theater can sometimes be its own reward, no matter what the film. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It can definitely be its reward, like it was today, like it was Sunday when I went to see the movie. It really um, was a wonderful moment for me, and I enjoyed it. And usually you think like you need to go to a movie theater with a whole bunch of people, and it'd be like this big blow. I went by myself. It was very quiet. I had a little soda, and it was really nice. It was great. Brogu says, "Don't worry, they'll never make a movie about the life of Ken. He's a man, remember." I don't think so. Maybe they will. I mean, they set up a really nice storyline for Ken, so he could have his own story. You never know, especially if it sells. Remember those dojo casas? They sold. I am going to go into spoilers, so those of you who don't want to hear spoilers, that's just the warning for you guys. But of course, I have um, a a slideshow. And Unicorn references, I think he's a doll that becomes a man temporarily, but I haven't seen the movie. Yeah, no, he, yeah, he does. Yeah, and Tojo says, I completely disagree with the male backlash for this film. Women have been objectified and abused in the film industry and in real life for decades. Now that the focus is on them, it's a problem. It you know, that is definitely a way to look at things, and I really wouldn't wanna say, um I didn't I'll explain why I don't think that it's, I'll explain a little bit more, when I get to it, and then we can talk about if it is or not, because I didn't see it as, the way other people are seeing it, and I'll have to explain. I'll have to explain. I'll have to explain. Um, uh, and it's raining outside, guys. It must be a man's fault. It's not. It's not. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing that. So I see that people are taking sides before RNG even finishes what she's saying. Please let her do her thing, okay? Because we haven't really crossed the super lines yet. Yes, we haven't gotten even to the slideshow yet, because that's where I'll begin to tell you my theory. And once I say my theory, it might like let you understand why I think this is cool. Why the long cinema break? Fears of the virus? Oh no, I just didn't. There was nothing that really. I mean, tell me the movie I was going to go to the movie theater to see, because there really wasn't. There really wasn't anything really that great. And even before then, I hadn't gone to the theater. See, I think the last time I had gone was 2012. So I went from 2012, 2019. That was a huge break. That was before the the virus, and it was fine. I just didn't really feel like I was going to go. Where I live also too, it's very difficult to just go to the movies. So I did take a break in going because I wasn't inspired, and also there 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 really wasn't. It would cost me $100 just to get to the theater to see the big blockbusters. I could see like offshoot movies, but they're not. They weren't really exciting me to go. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says lives in a small town that has only an art theater. Thank you. You remembered. Yes. Um, and Bonzo says, and no one should be abused. Two wrongs don't make a right, and that I do agree. And I don't believe that this movie is doing that to men in general. But I will explain why I think that. Okay, before you get into it, I'll explain why. And it might be a little lengthy, but you hang in there with me. Um, Yes, and yes, be just remember to yes. Unicorn is like saying everybody last morning. And so it just says men not being abused here. This film is about empowering women, and men are taking this chance to interject their invalid opinion. And and says yes, I'll let RNG explain herself. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you so much for saying that, to give any side advantage in the conversation. So let's keep it down. Yes, it's yes, absolutely. Because I don't believe in like serious I don't I'm not a I guess what you would call like a feminist or anything. I do want like feminine rights. I want that to be available to everyone. I'm for human rights. I'm not like, a man basher. I didn't feel like this movie did that, and I'll start to explain that right now because obviously we got to get these ideas up front first. And Hungry Jerk says, I go to the movies all the time except for first run films. I want to enjoy a movie and not get a message. Okay, yeah, yeah. I hear you. Absolutely. Don't want to get the wrath of the Ukraine. Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's get started I want people to understand first before making a decision or an opinion about what my intentions are here. Okay. Gosh. um, I know people are really upset about this, and so just if we can again just remember to be kind and patient as well. So, um, the Barbie movie. Okay, so we start off with the movie. Now, part of the reason why I love the movie is uh, the the visual stuff. I am a film lover first and foremost. Okay, a lot of movies have agendas and have messages, and they have all sorts of things that are going on. Daryl's like food fight. They have all sorts of messages all the time. I've watched movies since I was a little girl, and there's a lot of stuff in a lot of like stuff. I've watched proper, like straight up propaganda films, and it it doesn't bother me as much as it bothers other people. A lot of people feel like certain propaganda films or films that are have a message are it's going to mess with their minds. It's going to somehow make them um, change them. You can still own your own thoughts and watch a movie and not be influenced by it, but see everything else in it that is worthy of attention. In this movie, I see that the visuals are for this film, everything that was presented for Barbie is just outstanding. It is incredible. This is not easy to do. I mean, and all of this stuff is practical. If they have used some CGI stuff, it's very minimal to get things all to blend together. But this is even the backdrops are painted. Those are painted backdrops, which they don't even use those things anymore, right? This is supposed to look like an artificial world, a plastic world, and it works perfectly. And so my as a cinema lover, as a person who loves movies and the magic of movies, even the movies that never like had problems with it back in the day, even Gone with the Wind, guys. Even Gone, I can look at Gone with the Wind and still love that movie. Still love it, like love it. Right? I see stuff in I'm not gonna stop watching Gone with the Wind because I don't like the way black people were treated in that movie. They weren't treated nicely in that movie. They weren't depicted nicely. But I am still gonna love that movie. The main character in Gone with the Wind is a horrible individual, and that's the whole point of the movie. And that's why I love it because it's saying something. So that's my first and foremost thing is what is the movie doing in its totality? And so that my this is where I'm coming from, not of being personally hurt by anything. Um, and I could find a lot of areas where I could be hurt in this movie and many other movies, but I will just say for this movie, this the visual effects, which has nothing to do with any of the other stuff that's going on politically, it looks amazing. It looks amazing. Somebody is working their butt off for this. It's incredible. And I respect it a lot. Even, the party scenes. They all of these actors, they're actors. They're singing and they're dancing. I mean, come on. Like, this is great. I think in this one, they're just dancing, but they're dancing their butt off. And they're looking the part. The Barbie land itself is a construct, right? A Barbie land. Now, here's my theory. It's starting to start here. We're looking at Barbie and all her friends and all the people in Barbie land. They are not actually real. They are dolls, right? We're establishing that Barbie land and Barbie and everything, they are dolls that are being played with by humans. Okay. So this entire story is really not about just Barbie as a doll coming to life. It is about a woman's journey to accept herself in spite of having a lot of things that she's not happy with about herself, about the world, that she wants to change. Now, she has decided that she is going to blame a lot of people for that. But at the same time, she's also like everything that she's doing, everything that Barbie's experiencing, it's only because of the lady that is playing with her. Okay? So, Barbie Land, all of that stuff is really coming from not only just like the writer, right, who is Greta Gerwig, who's also the director, and her partner, who is Noah Baumbach, who's also a director. But this lady, Gloria, Gloria is playing with these dolls. These are her dolls. Okay. And she's in the middle of really getting into an intense play with them. Now, is she playing with someone? She could be playing with her daughter. She could be trying to connect with her daughter through playing with this scenario that happens in this movie. But she is the one who's really going through stuff, and this movie is really accentuating that. It is the journey that she's going through. Okay. Now I see that there's more comments. Let me see if I can. There's a lot. I'm sorry. Wow, 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 wow. Um, Tojo says the visuals on this film is absolutely stunning. A visual blast. Yes, such a visual blast. Love it. Absolutely. Will uh, definitely amazing. I'm in love. I am in love. I love with this aesthetic, what it's doing visually. Just love it all. Love it all. Uh, this is all very, very gorgeous to me. My eyes are just loving it, loving it all. And Daryl Johnson says, and it's got Mongo Robbie as a I guess you meant Margot Robbie. Yes. We had someone mention Mongo earlier, so yes, Margot Robbie is so amazing in this. I love her. She's just great. Um, she presents Barbie full of energy and is like I would say just very pliable in this role. Very pliable. Tojo says there's more talk about the message of the film rather than the practicality of this film. We need more physical sets. They will outlive CGI. Possibly. I mean, I don't mind a CGI world, but what they did in this film is outstanding. And so, if this is what practical sets look like, I mean, give me more. Give me more. I want that. I want that. I want that. Unicorn Rampant City says making a dress out of a curtain fabric is a boss move. I think so too. That's like I do it's an unpopular opinion, but like I said, I don't mind watching Gone with the Wind, even though there are some scenes in it that are very disturbing, and they're not kind to people of African descent. But I'm being of that myself. I love that movie. I've been able to look beyond the movie and see the quality of the film and what they were trying to do with that character, with that main character, and see the value in there. And I feel like growing up in like the 80s and 90s, well, in the 80s and the 70s, you really had to like find the good in stuff and find what things were really going to give you as a result, what you were going to get from it. So if I want something negative from this, I can find it. I can definitely find negative things in this. In everything. You can look at the sun and see something negative in the sun. It stings your eyes. It hurts you if you're out there too long. Well, what about all the benefits? There's always something that you can criticize, or you can find a negativity in. But to find something good in life is very difficult. It takes a little bit more time, and that's what I'm asking people to do, is just to take a little bit of time to see if there's any good in here that you can garner, and also maybe see. I would like to see this again, because I know I've missed some things, but I found a lot of things, um Daryl says Carol Burnett did it better. Yeah, she did. And let me keep going. Hungry Jerk says, got chores to do before Dave Sundstrom's stream tonight. Have a good time, everyone. Got to go. Thank you, Hungry Jerk, for hanging out with us just for a bit. And of course, always wonderful to see you in the chat. Thank you. And let's see. What else Rick is here, says, hi and bye all. It sounds like such a cool discussion. I haven't seen it, so it's time to step out and look forward to watching this later. Okay, have a great day. Yes, you too. Have a great day. And when you come back, I definitely want to see what you say in the comments. Definitely would love to hear your opinion on the film. And everyone, guys, just remember, I do respect your opinions about the film. Um, I don't uh, discard your opinions. A unicorn rampant studio says is wave incoming and outgoing. Yes. Um, and Rick says a little something. He says, by the way, I love the look of plastic toy universe they created. Okay, now out for real. Thank you for the last words. See you in the replay. Um, and Daryl says, call her Margot. I call her Mongo. I don't know why, but Mongo fits her, but not in a bad way. Okay. Tojo says, I'm not sure if I was reading this wrong, but it seemed like Barbie is understanding the world herself. Well, Margot had less makeup on towards the end of the film, which I appreciated. Yes, she's becoming more human, which is I have a theory about this. I have a theory about this. And so it just says, nice message if that's what they intended. Yes, they intended that. And Brogus says, I've heard the feminists say that they don't need men, and they definitely have this message in the movie, but the very word that the Barbies enjoy was the very world that the Barbies enjoy was built by Kens that they disrespect. Makes no sense. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a minute. What are you talking about? The Kens didn't build the world. The world was built by by the creator. The This lady here, Gloria, is the one that created the world for the Barbies to be in. And she bought the toys from Mattel. That The Kens didn't do that. That's number one. And secondly, I, I don't know what feminists are saying, but that has nothing. What the feminists are saying is separate from what I'm talking about right now in the movie. For You know what I mean? Like I understand that there are some feminists out there that are very radical and have very bad radical views about feminism. There are different types of feminism, and I think that we need to stop putting all of every comment about the sexes into a category of like the extreme feminists. Those guys, like nobody, like I don't believe in the stuff that they're talking about. Of course, we all need each other. We all need each other. We're all humans. We need each other. We are different. Men are different from women, and have different groups of problems and issues to deal with in life. That's really important for us to have a conversation around, so we can have some understanding between us. However, I don't believe in putting a whole bunch of people together in a big lump and like, and putting them together. I think um, it's very hard to understand. So with the Barbie and the Ken thing, I don't know what if if there was something that was misunderstood in the whole thing. I'm not sure what was going on, what that means. And Rose says, I'm not going to love a movie because the set was beautiful. Gotcha. The set was beautiful on Barbie, but there is no need to send out such a negative message about men. Okay, I get it. I get it. I am not finished um explaining why I don't think that this I mean, she does talk about there are some comments about men. I just have a different view on what was going on, and I understand your point of view, Brogo. I'm not saying that you're wrong or anything, and you have every right to be offended if you feel that way. Um, that is your opinion. You have the every right to have that opinion, and I respect that. And Outcast Creative says, hey, Retro, I just finished my stream, so I popped over to say hi. See you on Friday. Okay, see you on Friday. I'm not seeing Friday. Okay, dashing out before he hears anything. Okay, and so it just says, I do not believe you understood the message of the film. Barbie Land is in harmony before Ken made it about putting women in roles to that only benefit men, that's in fact bad. Yeah, and I think both of the worlds, the initial way wasn't perfect. So, and when he changed it, it wasn't perfect. And they needed to figure out, like they really need to figure out how to work together in Barbie Land. Okay, so that's kind of where the film left off. They kind of was saying that they were going to try to figure out how to make it work. Now that things were had been changed, they could never go back to the way they were. They said that, like they could never go back to the way they were. So there would be change to happen. And it's really interesting that there's a lot of talk about, how the statements about men and Ken's in the story. My favorite part of the story was the Ken storyline. It was definitely the Ken storyline. Ken is a big piece of the storyline that is uh that really touched my heart. And I was like, wow, this is really, really good. Like I thought it was really good. But it's fine. It's fine again. A lot of people said that, even people who didn't like the movie said they really enjoyed the Ken part, and that was really amazing. And I want to get into that juicy detail. Definitely want to get into that juicy detail. Unicorn Rampant Studio says, I think continue to talk about it necessarily, but I'm going to let RNG respond. Yes, thank you. Uh, um, uh, all right. And Daryl Johnson is saying later on, later for guys, later, Daryl. I hope you have a wonderful day, and hopefully you'll get to see the rest of the um, the presentation. Um, all right, and let's keep going. So, in my theory, this whole movie, from what I'm gathering, I believe that this whole thing with Barbie and Barbie Land, this whole adventure is basically Gloria's therapy that she's having through playing with dolls. And it's in real life, she could be possibly playing with her daughter to try to connect with her, but for whatever the case may be, this entire movie is a construct. It None of it is real. Not even the part where the we go to the real world. It's fake. Everything about the real world is not real. And so this entire this whole idea is coming from Gloria's point of view. It's not coming from anywhere else. It's not stating reality. It's not mirroring reality at all. The only thing that may be mirroring any kind of reality is seeing a few familiar toys and things that us super Barbie super fans are enjoying. And honestly, it's not just the visuals that I like. In this movie, there are a lot of references to other movies, classics, in fact. Let me see. I do have some notes here for myself to help me along the way. Um, let's see if I can find my notes on the movies. That there's at least like 40 movies that these things are doing. Let's see. Okay, yeah. The inspirations that I was able to find. Um, oh, Thrashes says, got some stuff to do before work tonight. See y'all see you all soon. We'll see you soon. Take care of yourself and have a good night of work tonight. Um, So the inspiration that I see definitely, absolutely, the Matrix. In the Matrix, there are several scenes, and I can go through them and this, explain which scenes that I'm noticing that are from the Matrix in particular. A couple others: The Wizard of Oz, Doctor Strangelove, um, uh, there's lots of like Truman Show, uh, 2001: A Space Odyssey, Pleasantville. Greta has also said that her she mentions Pee Wee's Big Adventure. She mentions Red Shoes. She mentions Heaven Can Wait. She mentioned Splash. Uh, she mentioned All That Jazz. Oklahoma, and you definitely feel the Oklahoma with the musical piece. His Gal Friday, the Philadelphia Story, Umbrellas of Cherrenburg. Of course, we saw references of the Godfather in there. And one of the references that I thought was very interesting was a movie called Women on the Verge of a Nervous Breakdown, which that was my first time hearing about this film. And that's what I think is happening to Gloria in the film. She's having like kind of a nervous breakdown, and this is changing Barbie. And she's vocalizing it all out, and through the dolls and through the play with Barbie. And that's why Barbie is starting to change slowly, and getting more and more human, as the story goes on. See, and Ian Tilda says, "I haven't seen the film. Is there any time travel in it?" No. That's for Barbie Part Two. And Alfonso says Barbie Land was in harmony when all the men were an afterthought. Fine, but why have Ken come back to take it away? What was the point of that? Barbie Land was in harmony when all the men were an afterthought. Fine, but why have Ken come back and take it away? What was the point of that? That I believe that was actually, I believe, and this is just my theory, is that Gloria, being the person who's playing with Ken, is having an issue with being seen, being being valued. The same issues that Ken is having, Gloria is having in her real life. She doesn't feel like uh that she feels like she needs to be perfect in order to be seen. And also, even with her daughter, her daughter doesn't want to even have anything to do with her. So she really feels isolated and lonely. She's going through the same thing Ken's going through in her real life. So she's trying to change the Barbie world in order to create just to try something. What happens when you get pushed against the wall? You want to try something, you get desperate. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, we've already said, yes. um Toja says, I like how they went into how Mattel really didn't care what they did to women with Barbie, just as long as they were making money. They would have they would have gone into this even more in the film. Oh, they could have gone more into this in the film. Yeah, I think so. That's a different, way to go. And I think the reason why that was the case was because the CEO was there to be scary business guy, that was loopy and crazy, but he wasn't meant to be a character that actually was effective. And Mattel, they're just in place of, to represent something. Oh, and look, Al Necron is here. Hi. Says hello, retro. Hi, Brogu, everyone. Pink spacesuit. Love it. Great to see you. Let me know if we have an event today. Let me know. I wasn't sure if we did. Um, Unicorn says, I'm just giving out a timeout to any time somebody complains about something. So please raise your sarcastic criticism in the form of a compliment. That's nice. That would be great if it was. I didn't feel like I was under attack, because it feels like I'm under attack. I just have an opinion. That's all I have. I didn't make the movie. I'm just looking at the movie and trying to explain why I think, it's cool. Oh, cool, cool, cool. We do have an event tonight. Thank you. So yes, tonight, guys, I'll be over on Al Necron's channel, and we are going to be talking about some of the best-looking people of the 1970s and 80s. And all right, and so that's basically where we're going with this. So just to set this up, this is everything, in my opinion, is happening in Gloria's head. And the reason why I say this is from experience. My Barbie world is so different than hers. It's so different. It's so different. And there's a part of Instagram and YouTube that really is, I guess you would call it doll. It's like a doll community, and everybody has their own type of dolls that they collect. All the different um, ways that they put the dolls together. It's really fascinating and fun. So let's go through some of the basics here of what the movie really talks about here. Um, the start of the business of Barbie. She shows up on the scene, and the little girls, um, destroy their baby dolls. This is all not true. Uh, Barbie, people were buying Barbies and baby dolls. They still buy baby dolls to this day. To this day, people are still buying baby dolls. There's like a whole community of people just buying baby dolls. It's big deal. And a lot of these baby dolls, especially the ones they feature on in this movie, they are um they are the kind that people would uh keep, and they would call them vintage dolls. They're very coveted, and I dare you to even think about smashing those dolls. People will come for you. So this is definitely, again, a construct of this movie. It is a fake depiction of what is going on here. Now, I wonder if I still have it. There is a discussion, an interview with the the lady who founded um, Mattel. Um, her name is Ruth Handler. Ruth had an interview, I believe, way back in the 80s, and she says uh, she was describing her life. She had children, but she had never really been that great of a mom like the other parents were. She was more focused on career and really enjoyed it, really loved it. And she was in a position where she could do that. She could concentrate on her career. And so I think a little bit of that got imparted into the story, a little bit of Ruth's actual history, because it, I mean, that was something that had happened, in that she described herself. Really wished. Let me see if I can find that actual video for you and put it in the chat. Um, and because I thought it was an interesting bit of information. Um, let's see if I can find it. um, Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just almost there. Oh yeah, here it is. Um, Copy link address. Because I think that's another piece of this. This is a love letter to the the creator, the founder. Um, so all right. All right, let me see what you guys are saying. How far back do I have to go? Oh wow. Uh, All right, here we go. Unicorn says yes. It's just we come here to hear something, not say something necessarily. At least in my book, yeah. And I don't mind if you guys say things. I just don't want to feel like I'm under attack for just telling people my opinion. I haven't even finished my opinion yet. I haven't finished my points yet. Let me at least finish my points. Uh, and you guys can chime in and let me know if you think that there's no way that this could be happening in Gloria's mind. That's where I really would like for you guys to tell me, am is that too crazy of an idea, that this could not be happening all in a woman's mind that's having a nervous breakdown, and she's playing with the toys and acting out all her issues. Is that not possible? It, I mean, just uh, let me know if I'm wrong on that. And I'm asking, honestly. And Brogus says, I may not agree with this movie, but absolutely adore you, Retro Nerd Girl. I'm sorry if it came across like I was attacking you. I, I wouldn't do that. Yes, I do. I it just, I know, but I'm not, defending groups of people. I don't know anything about these other people and what they do. I'm just looking at this movie for the content and what I'm seeing in it, and I'm explaining, like, I just want to explain what it is that I'm seeing that I'm liking here. And so that's it. And I know that you're a good guy, Grogu. This is Tojo says, remember RNG Barbie Land as a whole can be affected by whoever is playing with them in the real world, like weird Barbie, but our Barbie is affected by Gloria specifically, I believe. Yes, Gloria is the main character here. She's the protagonist and also maybe even the villain. She's the one that is controlling all of this. You get your Barbies together and they fight. You get your GI Joes together and you smash them together. You get He-Man and Skeletor and you make them fight. That's what this is. This is playing out loud, which is great and encouraged. I really love the idea of a grown woman playing with dolls, because I do it all the time. So I love that encouragement. This is encouraging that. And this movie is, like I said, glorious therapy. Uh, um, and yes, thank you. Yes, thank you for saying that. I really appreciate that, Jojo. Uh, and very, it's a very responsible interpretation. Yeah, I think so, because it's a very reasonable interpretation. Yes, I mean, I think if it sounds weird to you and outrageous, please let me know. Let me know if that sounds crazy. Just saying, I want to know if there's any common sense in anything I'm saying. That's all. Um, El Necron says looks like a fun movie, and it's a Barbie, so of course I would think that it's gonna be a girls rule kind of thing. Yeah, it's gonna have that naturally. It's gonna have more Barbies than Ken. And if you want a real man's man movie, it'll probably come from like the Transformers, or it'll come from one of those franchises that really cater to the male demographic. But I also feel as if this is a great introduction to, like, this is a great human struggle story, that's being really clouded by the whole battle of the sexes thing. And as much as it seems to me, like, be ready to see something that maybe might offend you, but it's really not meant to be offensive to you. That's the way I always look at this kind of stuff. And so, yeah, Barbie was a fashion doll, right? And she wasn't the only fashion doll that came out in the scene, but she was a fashion doll where you can do all sorts of fun things with her. You could play house with her, right? You kids, and I did, a lot of people did, they played house with their dolls. And house is what you're pretending to be, like a grown up in your home, in the play setting. So you pretend they have a house and they have a husband and you have a car and you have this, you have all these things. And Barbie had those things. Now, one thing that happened during time, as time went on, was that people started to look at Barbie and say she's too perfect, and she's unrealistic. This conversation started happening around the 70s, 80s, 90s, big time. Still happening, but it was really a big deal back then. Okay? It was Barbie's looks. It was too perfect. She was perfect. She had a perfect body. She had everything was perfect on her. Uh and so there was a lot of people complained about that continuously. And about the aughts, 2000s, we have people showing us, uh, on the far, I guess it would be your far right. Uh, this is a doll that somebody made that had the proportions of a real woman, and they compared it to Barbie, and there's a big difference. And if you notice that even this Barbie had gone through some modifications from what she used to look like, which is on the far left, which doesn't look even human at all. So they were trying to make changes all along based on people's comments that they were making, criticizing the doll, Mattel. They've been doing that for years. People complained there wasn't enough diversity for a long time. They introduced a Hispanic doll, and they also introduced the black doll. They had even a little line of black dolls that they had going on for a little while in the 80s. They were really trying, but they just could not figure it out, figure out how to do it. But with the Barbie, it's not just Barbie, okay? It was society that was just Keepy, Keepy, it's like did Barbie have plastic surgery? She sure did. She sure did. Okay, wait, wait a minute. Let's go back. 'Cause, wait a minute. That was Keith E, you're brilliant. Tojo says, I don't think there's a bad interpretation of this film, to be honest. I enjoy yours, RNG. Thank you. I appreciate the support. um, El Necron says, Conan the Barbarian, if you need your testosterone fix. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. And you know how much I love Conan the Barbarian. And I'm not part of, I'm not considered the demographic for men's toys or toys or anything, but I love all of them. I personally, and I'm not like every other girl, but I know there's a lot of girls that are like me that like both the things that are offered for men, both men and women. So we go through this cross section in between, but we're not every single woman. Okay, we're not every single woman. We're not every single person out there. We're everybody's different. So yes, Conan the Barbarian. If you need your testosterone fix, for sure, for sure. And boy, do I love it. And this is Tojo says, I do believe that the Ken aspect has nothing to do with Gloria, but rather the meta commentary on how men take on masculine tropes to mask their inability to express pain. It that's an interesting idea, but it I do feel as if we spin it in that direction, it definitely because no, I actually like this concept. Yes, I do like this concept. I don't know the details of the things that men go through, which is this is where I would love to. This is where we could have an open conversation on the stuff that guys have to go through that is really tough and very difficult to deal with. I know some of them. I do know some of them. Like yeah, they have to mask pain, definitely, and because then people look at them as like they're weaker. But I don't think they. I've never done that or ever thought that about a man who cries. I'm like, it must be really bad if a guy's crying. I want to help, you know. I want to sit like, my goodness, let's help this person. And there's or maybe just let that person cry because sometimes you need to get that out of your system. But I think there's a lot of differences between the two, and I hope that this a movie like this could open up the dialogue. I think what most people want to open up the dialogue to is pointing fingers at different people and saying you're bad, you're bad, you're bad. But what if we opened up a dialogue that was actually good, where men and women began to start to understand each other better? That would be amazing. Let's try that. Let's try that because this is an opportunity to do so. What are the feminists not getting about men? What are we trying to do here? What is it that we're not actually doing with each other that we should be doing? What should we be doing with each other? You know? Uh, and so I rather do that and not the opposite. I rather do the thing that is helpful and is going to lead to more communication and understanding than the other where we're like fighting each other. I that's what I think. And having a conversation around a movie that's controversial like this is can be very helpful. Turn it around, right? And when you get lemons, you make lemonade. So for those people who are like really pissed off at this movie, like let's try to create a world where we actually talk about the things we want. What do we want to happen? What do you want people to actually start talking about? Uh, and and maybe like actually support those things. Actually support the people who are doing the positive thing. Um, and and I Conan Barbieheimer, that might, yeah, I would do that. I would do that. And Tojo says exactly. Conan is definitely masculine centered, but still incorporates powerful women characters, which is so cool. Yes, it does. It does incorporate some very cool characters. Both of the movies actually did, right? Didn't they? Both. Um, And Casey says, "I'll put myself in a time." It was funny though. It was funny. Where it was this, Conan fought the enemy with his woman, showing women are in a powerful role. Yeah, she tilted she tilted the scales against the bad guy, and I do love that movie so much. My gosh. El Necron says my wife is a beautiful, oh, an all woman, but is totally not your average girl. Can make a sailor blush. Wow. Oh my god, she sounds so wonderful. Give her a big hug for me. Tell her I said hi. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says plastic surgery, the only kind of surgery for her. That's right. It should work wonderfully on her. And again, thank you for the $2 super chat. It's so wonderful. I do have um, a. Uh, let's see if I can find a good one here for you. Uh, let's see. I'll try this one. Thank you so much. That is really sweet of you. Um, and Tojo says, because Ken couldn't even allow himself to cry at the end of the film until he could address his pain. Uh, because Ken couldn't even allow himself to cry at the end of the film until he could address his pain. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it. And Koba Katana says Catania. Copa Catania. I'm gonna just say Copa. Copa says men suffer in silence. Me. Uh um that's oh no, you my heart. Oh no. Yeah, and says hello, says yo retro and chat. Well, hello, Copa. Great to see you. Coming in with the awesome comments here. And Unicorn says, LOL silence is polite. Um, and yes, for Copa for men, silence is golden. Yeah, well, everybody knows about the silent strong type, Um, and, they're usually the silent guys are usually the strong guys. But I mean, look, if a guy's crying, I'm not gonna. I think it shows a lot of bravery to just let go. And I would be honored if a guy cried in front of me. To be honest, I'd be very honored uh, because they're showing another side to themselves. Um, it's probably a little bit different if somebody's like crying just crying about everything all the time. But with good reason, um, it is very important to unleash your emotions and know when to unleash them and know when to keep it under wraps and know when to it sounds like a sounds like a song from the 70s and early 80s. Universe is Conan too, even more so. Yes, even more so. They had even more um, strong women in that. And Tojo says, I love the idea that Kens came together after they could finally express their admiration for each other instead of fighting each other, sisterhood and brotherhood coexisting. Yes, I really enjoyed that part. It was a lot of bro love in the house. They were really, I thought the Ken scenes and the Ken moments really spoke a lot about, like what it felt like to be rejected and trying to find yourself in in all of it. Like the first thing would be to like fight against the person that's next to you, fight your neighbor, and then like trying to like get together, and this like sort of bro love thing was kind of cool. It felt strong, and I felt good when those guys were like all holding hands at the end. I was like, that's so cool. Oh, I'm not sure. Um, and Darth Vader says, "Where's the retro nerd girl, Barbie?" Well, I do have her. Do you want to see her? All right, let me get her. I do have her because it is show and tell, guys. Um, I've got tons of show and tell that I wanted to show you guys, but let me find my doppelganger. In the doll community, they call um, uh, but your doll lookalikes. They call them mini me's. And let me put the screen up top, and let's. This is my mini me. Isn't she really cute? Oh my goodness. Let's see if I could get closer. But yeah, that's her. So cute. Um, she has my face. Let me see if I can get closer to the camera. I'll have to. Um, so hilarious, but cute. Yep. So that's my mini me. I need to get her a space outfit as well. Let's see. Broku says, "Me too, go for me too." And Ian says, "Some men suffer in silence pretty loudly." If you ask me. Oh wow. Unicorn says, "I cry every day." Oh no. Oh, I feel so bad. Are you okay? Oh man, I'll give you a big hug. Um, and Koba says, "Retro and chat. I promise I will never cry in front of you." Oh man, you guys are so funny. And Brogu says, "I cry when your videos are over." That's does that count, retro? Oh, you guys are so sweet. If I ever cry, I'll be under a car and blame the hot oil that got in my eye. I'm not crying. It's face rain. And Tojo says, "Exclusive retro nerd girl Barbie reveal." Yes, that's right. And Darth Plato says, "That's pretty cool. Thank you. It's so much fun to create your own Barbie because it's just you just grab one of the ones that look closest to you, and you can be a Barbie as well." And Unicorn says, "Squee!" Yeah, I mean that's the really cool part about um, the modern day that wasn't around when I was a kid playing with Barbies. Well, when I was a kid, I didn't really get a chance to play with Barbies. We couldn't afford it. So when I became of age to buy my own Barbie, after working and I had my own Barbie, I could buy my own Barbies and I played with them all the time. It says, "You know it," and Keith E says, "Crying and throwing up should be saved for special occasions." Yeah, when you have too much tequila, tequila. And Bonzo Kilborn says, "I'm not attacking anyone. I don't think a Barbie movie uh, should be Conan. I simply asking why literally every man in the movie is either an idiot or a jerk. I say it's no big deal. It's not fair." Um, no one's saying that. No one's saying that at all. I've already said that I respect your opinion and I understand where you're coming from, and I see that you're seeing it in that light. I see it in a totally different way, and I haven't even begun to explain why. I've only partially talked about that, but yes, I would no, I don't think you were attacking, but it felt really like aggressive. It was like, oh gosh, it felt aggressive. But yes, I just uh, we're we're just let's have fun with this. Is what I'm saying. Let's have some fun with this. If you're not out for, if you're not down with it, I can understand. I understand that. And Unicorn Rogu, that was a very self-aware, high-level self-humor. I applaud you. um, and Tojo says, but what about Alan? Alan was a cool dude. Not every guy was a jerk, man. Yes, Alan was pretty awesome in the film. Played by Michael Cera, who does not work for just any project. So this must have meant something very special to him. He did a fantastic job too. Um, but yes, Bonzo, you know, I hope you don't feel bad. No one's attacking. Nobody. I understand where you're coming from, and again, it's. I'm not saying that it's fair, and I'm not saying that it might make sense or anything, but I want to just present my point of view. I have yours, so I would like to present my point of view in this video. And everybody else has presented their point of view. This is my first time talking publicly about this, so I at least want to get it my chance. That's all. Um, and and so okay, I've shown you guys my. Uh, let's get back to the let's get back to the presentation. Um, so for the presentation, uh, you know, a lot of people blamed Barbie over the many, many decades for presenting this perfect image that is unattainable by a lot of women. Uh, But it's not just Barbie. A lot of people blame Barbie, but it's not Barbie that's created. Barbie is responding to what's already happening in society. We've had plenty of proof that a lot of people really gravitate to this look of blonde female in a certain you know weight scale, and is definitely has this like specific look. And so Barbie is you know we're just reflecting that, and that was a lot of times we're blamed uh, on Barbie. Barbie didn't create the whole blonde phenomenon. It happened in society. Uh, you know, it was just something that occurred. I mean, there's a darn movie that says gentlemen prefer blondes. If that's not telling you the message, right? So uh, that's where a lot of animosity for Barbie and came from over the years. Now, one thing I will say as a critique about this movie, for sure, this movie would be so awesome 20 years ago. 20 years ago, this movie would have really hit the market, and people would have gotten it right away, because there's a lot of things about what's going on here in this movie that really needs context of over 20 years of discussion that maybe not everyone's privy to or understand. This was an old gripe that a lot of women, not all women, a lot of women had against Barbie in particular. And it, like I said, it wasn't Barbie that created it. It was society that said, "Hey, look, we do love ourselves a blonde. Okay, we like a beautiful blonde." And you know, they were gorgeous without like knowing. Like a lot of people who were were these blonde bombshells. Some of them had to work to get there. Okay, and so we had people who were actually changing their physical looks to look like Barbie because Barbie was the example that was available. But it was just in general that people were uh, freaking out, loving, giving a lot of attention to blonde women. And so many women felt like and they had to look like this in order to be seen and noticed by other men. I mean, by men and also other women. So yeah, there is a big deal. I remember growing up specifically, and I knew there were lots of different types of Barbies. Um, but the majority of those Barbies did not sell. They did not sell like they sold for the blonde Barbie would fly off the shelf, and everybody bought the blonde Barbie. That is every race, every group of people bought the blonde Barbie. There wasn't, you know, it was just what a lot of parents did. Uh, and so I even heard someone said, well, the character Gloria is Hispanic. She should have had a Hispanic doll. It might have been because a lot of people even would have picked the blonde Barbie because that's the Barbie that's Barbie. But they would pick up the blonde Barbie. And like I said, during the um the 70s, 80s, 90s, blonde Barbie reigned supreme, and she was glorious. Look at her, she's gorgeous. So that was what people were really gravitating towards, was a blonde Barbie. There were other Barbies, but people weren't buying those. In fact, what a lot of collectors did was they bought those other Barbies, and they jacked up the prices on them since they were rare and unusual. Even when I started collecting Barbies, they were doing that, and still are, to some degree, because a lot of people would pay extra money to try to see if they could get themselves a different Barbie than the blonde Barbie. This is actually something that was taken, a picture that was taken in 2013 in Berlin, no less. There was a sort of, there's like this museum just for Barbie, and they were protesting Barbie and the image of Barbie setting high standards for women, too high of standards for women. And like they were actually, protesting. Lots of protesters came out for that as early as far back as 2013, not too long ago. So this is really still a fresh commentary on that, because the image of Barbie has been making a lot of people feel inferior. There've been a lot of girls also too forced to play with Barbies, even though they weren't interested in playing with Barbies. Not meaning that they were had any problems other than that. It was just that they did not want to play with the blonde Barbie. They didn't like girl toys. For some people, they just couldn't relate to that toy. And so even Angelina Jolie had spoken in one of her many interviews that she wasn't really a person who enjoyed Barbie growing up, because Barbie didn't look like her. And it was, there's a lot of women who feel that way. And for myself personally, for Barbie, I didn't grow up with her. So maybe that's the reason why, for myself, the reason why I really do love Barbie is just like I couldn't have her. So now that I'm an adult, of course I love her, love her, love her. And I know a lot of people who just grew up with Barbie. They had so many memories of playing with Barbie, and that's a really big staple in their life. That that sense of play and imagination with Barbie. So there are many different people with different experiences growing up with Barbie, whether to love it or to hate it, in between or otherwise, right? So this movie is particularly speaking of this lady Grace's experience with her dolls, not mine, not everybody else's, just hers. So right now, that's the story that we're getting in Mattel, as a response to all of the criticisms that people were having about their dolls. Again, they started to make changes, and they started to do as many things as they could to represent a wide um, uh, amount of choices for people to pick. Um, there was a certain scene in the film in which a young lady in a wheelchair is prominently featured, and that was to kind of commemorate the fact that they just started having a Barbie wheelchair. They even have a Ken in a wheelchair as well. They really tried to give a lot of different Kens and Barbies uh, an opportunity to be found by someone to play with. And you can see all the different choices of Barbies that there are. There's so many different choices to play with. And I myself, in my Barbie world, I have a lot of different Barbies. A lot of the ones that you see here are part of my collection, and I do enjoy them a lot. Um, so they really went for it. They really went for a wide variety, trying to supply the 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 user, or the children, or adults, or whoever's buying Barbie, enough people, enough choices for them to maybe even create their own little Barbie world, with different characters. So I know that the film displays that kind of thing, where they have different groups of Barbies. So there is a reflection again of the actual real world that we live in the movie, but through the toys, through the toys. Uh, the aisles today, they're just really full of different characters, and like in Gloria's world, when she plays with Ken, she doesn't really play with him that much. But I no, Brogu, I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at Bonzo either. I'm not mad at you guys. I am not mad at you guys. No, no, no. It was just a moment there, and I'm not. I feel better now. I just felt like everybody was coming at me, but I don't. I'm not mad at anybody. No, I'm totally, I want to be respectful of you, of what you guys think too. So that's what I'm saying. I'm just giving you like a little history lesson. Well, is it a lesson? But just going through some ideas that I'm thinking that's relating to the movie. So there's um a lot of things that are really connecting in this movie to real life when it comes to the toys. Um, and you see the reflection in the Barbie world that that Gloria has here. Um, and one of the things is all of the different professions for Barbie. That has been a staple since the beginning, from way back when Ruth was around, because she wanted people, she wanted Barbie to let little girls know, because that's their market. That's who they wanted to market to, was little girls. They weren't marketing to boys. They weren't marketing to men. They were marketing to little girls, that they could do whatever it is that they put their mind to do if they want. If you want to be a pilot, or a doctor, or a chef, you can be that. And so that was something that Ruth had started back in the day, and it's continuously a tradition. And Barbie has hundreds of careers. And so that's factual. And so here's Ken. Ken is part of the deal too. I mean, is he the main character of the story? Absolutely not. Ken is only the reason why Ken is not the main character is because the toy line was made for girls. It was a fashion doll, and it was specifically geared towards girls. And like I said, everybody who plays everybody who plays um uh LOL. Is it a lesson? Obviously it is, and thank you. Oh my God, you guys are so sweet. Let me just see what Copa is saying here. It's so weird. Women lash out at Barbie for being the icon of perfection. Men see Arnold in Conan movies and see him as a guiding star to hit the gym and do better. Tale of two genders. Very interesting point. Yes, yes, and kind of strangely, they hit on this just a little in the story, but it's kind of overshadowed by all this spectacle. But yeah, that's exactly what we're hitting at. There is a difference between a man and a woman. We all know that, and I think it's okay to talk about that, about those differences. And Bonzo says, "Goodbye, Nora Jean. I thought I knew you. Though I never knew you at all. You had the grace to hold yourself while those around you crawled." Those are words from Candle in the Wind. Am I correct on that? Um, and Copa said, I'm reading it backwards. Copa said, I think most cultures find blonde the height of beauty. I don't know why, but it's true. My mother-in-law was treated like a celebrity in China just because she's blonde. Hmm. Yeah, it's a big deal. I know in Japan they really love blondes there. So it's a big deal. Um, and Kobo says, I call my man cave the Dojo Casa from now. Yes, isn't that the coolest name? Oh man, okay. And no, Brogu, I won't. I won't. I won't. I won't. I won't. Ah. Oh my goodness. I won't go there. I won't go there. All right. All right. So yeah, so we have lots of different um Kens. It's not called the Ken movie, not yet. We probably might get that if we cross our fingers and bug Warner Brothers and let them know that there's an opportunity there. Um Stop it. You guys are gonna get me. Terminator is one of the most anti-man movies ever, killing them all over the place. Yes. Yes, it's very anti-man. Um, and look, I do think that, when it comes to Ken, for me, the way I design my Barbie world is a lot different than the way Grace and maybe a lot of other people had designed their own little play spaces for their dolls. My Barbies, the Kens are important. They're part of the world. I wanted my world to reflect the real world quite a bit, but I wanted to design it the way I wanted to. So um, I've got this really cool guy. I don't know if, let me get it. Show and tell, guys. Show and tell. I've got this really cool guy. He's a barista in my world, and he's really cool. Look at those guns. He's an actor and a model, and he works at the barista. While before his big, he hits it big. Um, so that's that. This one, this is Mike. He's the manager at a mall. And let's see, who else do I have? Now, the thing is that Mattel just recently started making a lot of the articulated Kens. So, in general, you're gonna have more Barbies than Kens in the ratio, right? Because that's how they were making them. That's how the company was making them. So I went to another company to get more articulated guys because I wanted more guys in my world. And this guy is an investor to invest in a project that one of my characters is going to be working on. So yeah, they're a big part of my Barbie land. Okay, so not everybody plays with Barbie the same, right? So depending on your psychological profile, where you are in your life, you might have more men, you may have less in your life. It depends on like what you're doing, how you're playing with your toys. Okay, um, you can even ask anyone who collects hot toys. What is the ratio of your women toys to your male toys? There's going to be a big difference. And if you decided you wanted to create a world for those toys, what is it going to look like? Very interesting question. But of course, you can develop any story you want. And And Unicorn says, think about it. Skynet is playing Barbies with androids back in time, killing things over the all over the place. Oh my God, Barbies is Skynet. Oh wow, that's a good one. That's a good idea. I can't wait to have our Terminator stream soon so we can really get into the details of something like that. So guys, we are gonna do a Terminator stream and fix the Terminator franchise. Unicorn says he's a barista. Yes, he's isn't he good looking? I mean, and he's got long hair. It's really nice and long, and it's very healthy. Yeah, he's a great guy, and he does a great job as a barista. Everybody comes to the shop to see him because he's friendly and he is very good looking. He's a model after all. And Stump Rat is here. Hello, Stump Rat. So great to see you. Hi, my retro girl. It's my birthday. Oh, what? It's your birthday? You're a Leo. Yes, you're a Leo too, just like me. So cool. And I'm wearing all pink to go see Barbie with my friend Bill. Oh wow, Barbie hug sent. Oh yes. Ooh. Well, I hope you have a good time seeing Barbie. And there's a lot of discourse around Barbie, but I hope that you will find the good and what you can get out of the movie. It really has some good points in it, and I hope you guys will enjoy seeing it. Yeah, and Unicorn says, "Oh no, poor Mike managing a mall in these troubled times." Yeah, it's well, this mall is different. It's actually owned by a Barbie, a version of a Barbie, um, and it is definitely, he's doing a great job, but he may be a little bit of a bad guy. Just a little bit of a bad guy. A little bit, just a little bit. Because you've gotta have a little bit of conflict in your story. And I think that's another thing, another piece to why this story is playing out the way it does. Whenever you're playing, you always have a conflict. You don't just play with your toys and everything's happy-go-lucky. There's always a conflict. Something's gotta happen. That's what I feel is going on in this story. And Unicorn says, "Leos love the spotlight." Well, I did love the spotlight a lot a long time ago, but, um, I do like being, out of the spotlight, a lot more. But I have to in order to get my goals met. I did it for the channel. So yeah. When I was younger, I wanted to be in front of the camera so bad. Unicorn Rampant Studio says, "Good for you, Stan Brett. Enjoy your experience today." Yes, and happy birthday, happy birthday. So glad that you were able to stop by and talk to us and say hello. And again, have fun today. Enjoy yourself. Have a sweeties. Have some cake. Enjoy yourself. Have a ball. Have a ball. Oh, and unicorns. Sorry, Brogu says, forget Barbenheimer. How about Barbinator? Yes. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. I'll watch that for sure. And QB says Hooper is sitting here playing with his Keith doll, and I heard him whisper to it. It's just a movie. Yes, it's just a movie. Let's have fun in life in general, please. Let's do have fun there with our lives and try to see the good in things. Can we see the good in things? And Unicorn says, I approve. And Ian says, I've got an idea. Saturday Night Barbie with John Travolta. Ken. Oh, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. And Summer says, retro, great stream. Love your collection. Thank you. Thank you. It's huge. That's just a taste. It's just a taste. And Summer says, retro, our birthdays are 1 week apart. Yes, they are. Mine is next Wednesday as well. So this is awesome. I really I'm so glad that I met you, Stunt Brett. You're just awesome. This is actually today is like the birthday also of a friend of mine who passed. And I miss her dearly so much. So yeah, I think about her a lot on the 25th. Well, on the 25th. So she's on the 25th, but it's not today, but it was yesterday. And so I was kind of feeling a little bit, a little bit teary-eyed yesterday. But to remember my friend, that's a thumbs up. You know what I mean? Unicorn Rampant Studio says, watch out, RNG slipping into story mode, talking about her barista style hopes and dreams. Yeah. Um, and says Hooper, be nice to the hand that feeds you. All right. So yes, so back to this thing here. Oh, there's more dolls, but we'll save it for later. We'll save it for later. We're gonna keep moving because Ken has also had jobs in the past. This is where the movie separates from real reality. Okay, and there's many places where the film separates from real reality. This is why I say even the real world that's in this movie is not the real world. It's not the real world. It's hyper stylized. It is not the real world because we've got um, all of these different professions for Ken. Ken has had many jobs in the past: firefighter, soccer player, doctor. Uh, he's even been a prince. He's even been a prince just as many times as Barbie. I'm surprised they did not have a princess Barbie in the place. That would that actually would have been cool. And then we have, he's been a doctor. He's been, look, a businessman. He's been a businessman. What? He's been a dentist. I know there's also another one that's a dentist that's there. He's been a superstar, right? He's worked at a zoo. He's been a pilot. Look, he's been a pilot, guys. So he has had many, 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 many careers uh, as well. There's not a lot of Kens. There's not a lot of dolls because of the sheer desire by the public. The public made this desire very known. Like, hey, we do want the Ken. We'll buy the Ken because Mattel would have stopped making Ken if the people weren't buying them. But they're not buying them at the same rate they're buying Barbie because Barbie is the star of this whole universe, this whole thing. Uh, and here's more professions for a construction worker. He's done sports. My goodness, he's been in the army. He has been a part of. He's been a Marine Corps, uh, Air Force, guys. Okay, and this is leading to another thing that is also evident in the movie. We've got characters here that are not present in the movie that they didn't bother to do because I think once you start involving a lot of these other characters, then it starts becoming too real. So you have Ken and his little brother Tommy, and we have also all of these situations where Ken and Barbie are together, right? They're dates because they've always been like dating, so they've been dating, right? But look, obviously they've been engaged because they're about to get married here. Like, what is this? They were romantically connected in a way that was not just boyfriend and girlfriend. They were engaged. Okay, possibly if you bought the toy, they went through the entire marriage. And there are other toys involved. There's Stacy, there's Skipper, and Skipper we saw one version of Skipper that was kind of weird in the movie. We there's Stacy, and no, there's Kelly, and there's Chelsea, which is Chelsea is a big doll. Like she's like when I mean a big, like a lot of people will grab a Chelsea doll for their little ones. And it's a cute little tiny little doll. She's about 6 inches tall. And she looks like she's maybe about 6 or 7. And she has her own play line as well. And then we have all these babies in the in the in that from Mattel. Like all of these babies, none of them were in the movie. It becomes more complicated, don't you think? Because Gloria don't have doesn't have these toys in her collection. This isn't Barbie as a statement from Mattel. This is Barbie from Gloria's perception. Okay, and we have other moments where we've got Barbie in relationships. Now this is from Barbie's YouTube channel. She has a YouTube channel. They put out a video, I believe, yesterday. In this, Barbie is about 19. She's like in between high school and college. She's still like a teenager. That's a different character than what is in the movie. This is the official Barbie that's from Mattel. They produce these projects, you know. Then we have guys who want to look like Ken. Ken has his own issues of perfections as well. There are guys actually getting implants and things to make themselves look like Ken. There's a lot there's a lot of it going around, and I think it's really important to know that this kind of pressure to look perfect is a real one, and it affects everybody. And this is a picture that Ryan Gosling took because he said when he took the role, he sent this picture to Greta Gerwig and said that he was signing on because this is what one person did with their Ken doll. They threw it on the ground. They were like that. We're done playing with Ken and left him outside. Not mine. I would never do this to my Ken dolls. Never. But some people, like some kids, they don't want to. They're done playing and they're like, oh, that's it. Okay. And so in the story, we have this developing story of Ken desiring the affection of Barbie, desiring her to look at him. Actually say that Ken doesn't have a good day unless Barbie even just looks at him. So there may be days when she doesn't look at him. And that's really bad. That's horrible. That's horrifying that his entire world is centered around this person's approval. And I believe and I do love the storyline of him going through this, and of course his rejection of his, dealing with the rejection the way he does. He has no choice. And then there's other Kens fighting for Barbie's affection and competing with Ben. There's a constant competition for for Barbie's attention. Now, this can be interpreted in many ways. And a lot of people have said that this really is sort of an allegory for, or sort of like a reflection. They've twisted things around where things are, for like guys are doing the things that women would do in the story. That, and, or they're switching genders on everything to sort of show how it is. And I think that's a really interesting way to look at it because if that's the case, then we can say for sure between women, we're we must be doing something wrong here. This is a definite criticism about women and how they're treating each other, instead of getting together and banding together. There's they're they're competing with each other all the time for the affection of someone else. They could be looked at in that way. You could look at it that way if you so desire. And they have this, again, this intense competition to get this particular Barbie to just spend time with them, look at them, give them approval. And I I know what that feels like, to try to get someone's attention, and or trying to, like, be seen and feel like you're invisible in a place. So this is what he this is what Ken is going through. He's going through a torture of some sorts, as you can say. And you can even say that Gloria is imposing what she is feeling in real life onto Ken by playing out the dolls this way. Is playing and Why doesn't she just have Ken and Barbie just be together, like they've been packaged to be? Because she's having conflict with our own self and wanting to see that play out in the dolls. And just as a note to Ryan Gosling, incredible performance. That's incredibly nuanced, and he gives 100% of all of his energy to this. It's really a 100% great performance. I don't think he would sign up for something that was going to be damaging to other people. Just saying. But if so, the reason, I think his personal reason for signing up for this was to talk about the plight of what he feels is Ken the doll, a hurt character. He's thinking about him as Ken, as not all men, but as or all women, or a woman allegory, but he's thinking about Ken as a character, a human character, or a human character playing a doll, right? In this form of a doll. So he's thinking about this as a character. So it, if that's how I read this performance. I've read this performance as an actor playing a character, and that character would do if he had to deal with the rejection on a daily basis, while still trying to be upbeat and positive, and still, getting a brick wall. I mean, here's another thing too. I haven't seen anybody recognize this, but they're trying to kiss. Well, he's trying to kiss her, and she's like, I don't know." She's not giving him, she's just kind of trying to find a nice way to let him go home by himself. And right between them, there's a big fat X, a pink X right there in between them. It is not happening, right? Did anybody else notice the big X in between them in the scene? It's really incredible. And oh wow, I let me see. Okay, yeah, there we go. Um, and I'm not sure the look like I'm not sure if you guys are still there. Are you guys still there? Am I still live? Let me know if you guys can still hear me. If everybody's just being quiet. But anyway, there's a huge X there, and he's not getting any play. This is one of the things that I really love about this is visual. All of the thank you, unicorn, thank you. Um, that visual connection there, letting us know that without words, that this is not going down. This is not happening. Okay, and that we're not getting anywhere in this relationship. there's a big fat X, like, no, 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 no. And uh, some Brett says, I'm pretty sure that some Barbie dolls have done high falls. They have. I'm pretty sure too. Yeah, they most likely have. So yeah, there's a huge X separating these two. They're not getting together. No way, no how. And I do love that vision, like I said, that visual cue to let us know that that these things are happening with our characters. Now, some of the highlights of acting. Kingsley Bennett Adair, we have been following him for this a Secret Invasion TV show. And by the way, next Wednesday, I will briefly give you a rundown of the last finale episode. We're going to save it for next week. And he's just fantastic. He's playing another Ken, but this Ken in particular idolizes the beach Ken. Ryan Gosling's version of Ken. That you can see him follow him and just shadow his every movement because it he has a goal, and that is just to do like just to follow and be as awesome as he thinks that Ryan is or Ryan's version of Ken is like awesome. So I thought that was interesting. It was like, oh, so each character is really motivated differently. Um, uh, Simuli's Ken is motivated to really want to upstage. See, like he also watches Ryan's Ken like a hawk. And the thing is that he's always there to upstage. He's ready to upstage at any point in time. That's his job. That's his purpose. And then we have Alan, which is a very unique character. We talked about Alan just briefly. He was actually created to be Ken's friend, and also he was able to wear a lot of the same clothes as Ken, so you'd get more playability. You'd have another character in your world to add to your collection of dolls and expand your your um your world basically. This is all really great. They're the studies on development and playtime with kids and all that stuff. This is all really part of that growth to expand the characters in the play line. We also have Midge, and unfortunately, in this film, Midge is sidelined so severely. And what I could only assume is that Midge is a character that may have been a doll uh, that Midge is a doll that Grace has. Sorry, not Grace. Um, is her name Grace? Gloria. Is it Gloria? Grace. Gloria. Is it Gloria or Grace? I'm not sure what her name is. The human has used to uh, has played with, but she didn't really like or know what to do with the pregnant doll. Uh, and so she just put the doll aside and forgot about the doll. Um, so let me make sure to get this name um, really quickly. Gloria, yes. I was saying her name before and then I forgot. Gloria, yes. So Gloria may have played with her once and then put her away because she was too weird, or didn't know what to do with the doll. And I think it would have been interesting to have a conversation with this doll because she's a pregnant doll. She's always pregnant. Like how weird would that be? And so just to hear her talk about like the actual physics of how that would work to have a doll that is always pregnant and what does she feel like and what is her experience. They weren't interested in that. That wasn't part of the story. So she gets a few mentions here about how weird she is. And a lot of people took this as a specific attack on mothers, which is really interesting because I do have a portion about mothers later on in the story that is really, really important. That's the complete opposite opinion. But yes, I did really want to see what they were going to do with Midge. And maybe it's a missed opportunity, but in the focus of staying with this woman who's having a nervous breakdown and playing with her toys, this is was probably not the right moment or time to address the midge issue. So I can only say that would be what I'm thinking is the reason why they did not go deep into the Midge storyline or possibilities with Midge. Now, let's get into the story and start breaking it apart a little bit more closely. We have um, uh, these dolls that are having a wonderful time for eternity, almost until the Barbie that is being played by um, Margot Robbie is called stereotypical Barbie. Now, stereotypical Barbie is a Barbie that has an arch foot. I was going to show you an example. Let's see if I can find one. Um, So here's my stereotypical Barbie. Let's see if I more show and tell, guys. This is my stereotypical Barbie. She's so cute. Um, and she has her feet are always arched, so you can put heels on her like this. Let's see, get you close. So you can put nice heels on her. But the dolls also come and have been coming for the last few years with flat feet if you want. If you wanted a doll with flat feet, you can certainly have a doll like this with flat feet. So it's always possible to change the doll in real life. I've been like that for many years. But in this case, she suddenly becomes flat footed. Now let's look at this a little closely because becoming a woman, one of the few things that you do as you become a woman, like in those like puberty ages or puberty days, is that you want to wear makeup and you get the permission from your parents to wear makeup. But also wearing heels is a big sign that you're a woman. Wearing heels is like, oh yeah, those sexy heels. It's one of the things like the trademark of, oh, it's a girl thing if you have a pair of heels. And so having her feet be flat like this is sort of like taking away a little bit of uh, that uh, that femininity that she had. And it's not taking away her femininity in total, but because she can always wear heels. It's just that it's the first. It's almost like she's going into puberty in a way, but in the only way that a Barbie could. She's finally like she's actually becoming human. This is the first sign that she's becoming human. The cellulite, she's getting cellulite, and her feet are getting flat. So it is. Uh, it is the sign of change, right? So I did love the fact that that was one of the things that changed was from the high heel, the epitome of a feminine iconic uh, um, imagery is the high heel, and to this flat foot, which is totally not okay. And so it's really awesome to um to see that and to see that reference. I thought that was brilliant, and I was like, wow, brilliant. That's so brilliant. Everyone's like, yeah, that's okay. William Blake Hall says, is here. How are you, William Blake Hall says, got back from paying my dad a visit. What did I all miss? I saw Oppenheimer. I even wrote a review of it, but not Barbie. Oh, wow. What did you well, we have to read your review of Oppenheimer. Wow, that's incredible. Um, let's see. And well, we did cover a lot. But I'm still going through the thing. If you wanted to see the movie before talking about it, didn't want spoilers, I would suggest, definitely not watching the rest of this. I would usually never do that, but if you don't mind spoilers, yeah, we're gonna keep going. So yeah, she shows off her flat foot, and this is sending everybody into hysterics because that uh, doesn't happen in this Barbie land. Obviously, I just showed you some Barbies with flat feet, so it is possible. Oh, cool! It says, "I love spoilers." Me too. I do love spoilers. I mean, they don't seem to ever bother me. I know it depends on the movie though. If it's like Dune, I want absolutely no spoilers whatsoever for Dune. But every all the other movies, spoil away, spoil away. So that was cool. So this brings her. There's a couple things that happen to her. Her world is thrown off, and she's got bad breath when she wakes up in the morning, which is something she never had before, and she's not as put together as normal. So um, she goes to a character that they called Weird Barbie. Now, Weird Barbie is a Barbie that has been played with too roughly. And so this Barbie, is the Barbie that you cut the hair off, you use crayon to change her makeup. The dog bites the leg and chews on it. All sorts of weird stuff like that. The broken leg joints and stuff. This is that Barbie. And so she is sort of given, and this is where we get the Matrix reference here, blue pill, red pill. She is asked to take the heel or the Birkenstocks. And of course, I would have taken the heel. But if she's going to take the Birkenstocks, she also is like, yeah, give me the heel because I just want things to go back to normal. I don't want any of this like weird stuff. So just put everything back to normal. Give me the heel. Hook me back up into the matrix again. And it turns out she really didn't have a choice. She has to take the this is the hero's journey. She has to take the Birkenstock. And so she takes the Birkenstock. She has to go into the real world, or what this movie is calling the real world, in order for her to find the person who is playing with her. And from her knowledge, she believes that who is playing with her is a little girl. So off she goes to this is more pictures of a weird Barbie played by Kate McKinnon, and she's brilliant in it. She's doing her Kate McKinnon, and guess what? It works in this movie. And guys, I think she's really great. You just have to know what movie to put her in to be herself. And in fact, I think most of the movies where I've seen her and she's been great. So I think she was fantastic. She really made me laugh quite a bit. I don't think there was anything that she did that didn't make me. Uh, and William Blake Hall says, in my experience, spoilers rarely ever actually spoil me. Um, and says, great excuse to bring in Kate McKinnon. And uh, and Sunred says Birkenstocks are not so sexy. Absolutely. They're definitely not a shoe I enjoy myself, but I don't wear heels so much anymore. I wish I did, but um, I don't have a reason to when you're out in space, 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 space. So yeah, Kate was wonderful, and of course, look at the set. That's just perfect for her. She's doing a great job, and of course, those ridiculous splits. A lot of them don't look real, but is that was the whole point of it is that she has a dislocated leg that makes her do weird splits and stuff. And so Barbie has to go to the real world, and Ken first Ken asks her if he can join her, but she refuses, again rejecting him. And he just like he just shows up in the car, and she just really like treats him like garbage. She really does. She treats him like garbage. It's horrible. And I just uh, felt so bad for Ken at this point, and he's doing his best. He's doing his best to get her to like him, to spend time with her, alone with her, and she doesn't want to have anything to do with him. And it broke my heart just a little. But if there was anybody who was really like a great partner for her, look, Ken was there. Okay, he's like, you're going through something. I want to be there with you. He's like, "I'm coming with you." I love that part. And even when they're, like, traveling together on their trip to the real world, they are, having a good time together, actually. They're actually enjoying each other. But he's also, like, uh, she's doing all the driving, and he's kind of just hanging in the background. And so it's kind of like uh, Barbie is refusing to even give Ken an opportunity, to even try be to show off a little bit, you know? And so this is where I can see where people are saying those things about like, oh, all the men in the movie are being treated this way. And I feel as if Ken in particular is being, as a character, if you can feel for this character, is being treated this way. This is why this is brilliant, because um, there we need to see this, because don't you want to feel something for a character? I don't want Ken to just be a character we say acknowledges there, and then we just see Barbie uh, play slumber party the whole movie. Uh, he has an incredible storyline, and is much better for, like, the end of Ken's storyline is so wonderful, and there's hope. And of course, it's not where I'd like it to be. I would love it to have been even better, but he's in a different place then. So we're just going through the journey of him trying so hard to be uh in Barbie's life somehow, to actually be that partner for him. Um, and some rat says, a retro today, I'm gonna wear a light pink dress and a light pink cowgirl boots. Yes, girl, to the movie. I should wear my light pink pageboy wig too. Ooh, that would be fun. Ah, that sounds like a good time. And unicorn pink wig sounds good. Yes, I've got like two of them. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, let's, have fun with it and enjoy yourself. Definitely. Yeah, and it's your birthday after all. It's your birthday after all. Do it up big. Do it up big. And this whole uh scene here of, going through all of the different like scenes really reminded me a lot of Elf, when Buddy has to go through all of those incredible paths and things to get to also the real world. And it's really a lot of a progression here of again, of little tastes of different movies that are sprinkled throughout this movie, that you can visibly see the influence of that. Um, and it was also again visually stunning, well thought out, planned, um, and I think that has a lot to tell us about the real world. So this is the real world. They finally get here, and it is hyper stylized, again, as I would say. Looks like the real world, um, but I don't think this is the real world at all. I don't think so at all. Um, And let's see, we've got some comments. We got Unicorn says, hello folks. I've missed such oh, so yes, he's catching up with everyone. Yes, and Unicorn says so. These other movies that appear within the movie are set essentially settings from the mind and the memory and imagination of the human. I would think so. Yeah, like movies that Gloria likes, things that she likes. She's imparting them into her world, you know, with The Wizard of Oz is one of the movies that is appearing in the Barbie Land world. She put that there. She has to use her imagination to put that there. So that's where I feel like she's really taking us on this journey as she's going through this mental breakdown and working herself through her issues through the dolls. And Unicorn says, this is the pretend real world. Yeah, this is a pretend real world. She's imagining Barbie leaving Barbie land and going into a real world. It's not a real world. I'll show you all the different places or try to explain. I didn't have pictures for everything because it's still like in theaters and there's not a whole lot of pictures online of everything. But let's see what part. There's a scene. Okay, soon as they get into the real world, men are losing their minds over Barbie, whistling at her and everything. Now, I know for a fact, being a woman, if I was walking by myself, absolutely, maybe if I was wearing something very suggestive, there would be some men maybe looking at me and say, "Hey, girl." You're looking good, mamacita, something like that. And then that would, either that would be it. And there are some guys that are a little bit more aggressive and they might try to walk with you. Hey, can I get your number? Whatever. And you're like, okay, chill out. Like I have a boyfriend, and you just keep walking, right? And you're like, oh, I must look good today because a lot of people are noticing. But sometimes, like I said, sometimes it can get aggressive. As a woman, you got to deal with it. You got to figure it out. Maybe next time you wear a different type of outfit. Maybe you're like, okay, I'm never gonna wear that again. Or maybe you're just like, I should wear what I wear and just receive the compliments and keep going. Like there different women approach these things differently. But in this movie, the first like it's just, like if you're walking with a man, if you're walking with a man, other men are not gonna approach you. They're maybe say something to the guy you're with. They may say like, "Ooh, you're doing good for yourself." It's like, or "Man, you are one lucky guy." That's what they might say. They will not like actually come up to you and start talking to you while you're with another guy. They're not going to do that. They're not going to reel their hands all the way back and smack you on the butt like this one character does to Barbie. It was so over the top. There is no way that this was the real world. There's no way. There's no way. And a lot of people have commented on how this, supposed real world is nothing like the real world at all. It's because there's a lack of like homeless people in this area that's really famous for having a lot of homeless people. There's like it's a completely different vibe. You know, like some of the conversations are just not realistic. And yeah, I would agree with that 100% that this feels like a play. It feels like a play. It feels like something that someone is creating out of their minds. Okay? So, um now that I've established that, there's this really wonderful and there's more. I'll dismantle this real world a little bit more further along the line. Um there's a lady um that Barbie meets at a bus stop, which is it's actually a really touching scene. But a lot of people don't seem to understand what that scene is about. Some people are like, "Oh, you could have gotten rid of that scene." Why? And because I think it's because a lot of people don't understand why. Um, and there's a reason for it. Let me see if I can find my notes on it. Because it's see if I can find my note. Um, where's my note? Is it the last one? It's probably my last my last card. Yes, it is my last card. Okay, so the lady um in this movie is actually her name is Anne Rock. She is a costume designer that was nominated for several Academy Awards for her costumes in many films. But she won two of them for The English Patient and Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. And she is somebody. There's a term being used at the end of the movie as some. Um, Barbie says that she wants to be one of the people who imagines things. And and this lady is really kind of that person. She is an Imagineer or somebody who makes up stuff, if you will, a creator. And so there is an emphasis on wanting to be able to create things. Now, this is really an inside thing. Like you got to know this in order to understand the reference here. And that is why I'm here for you. I'm here for you. I'm holding your hand. That's why I'm the retro nerd girl. Okay. I'm here for you. I got your back. I'm going to fill you in all these details. But this is what I'm talking about. There are references in this movie that are so subtle, so wild that it is like, oh, that's why this is here, you know? Um, so the lady actually represents the life that Barbie eventually wants to live. She wants to become an older woman and to be able to like live a life that is full, like Anne has. The real life lady who's in the movie. So this is part of the things that Barbie wants, and what Barbie wants is what Gloria wants. Gloria wants to do more. She just does. Even though she has a speech about how she just wants to be accepted for being a mother, just a mother, but she really wants to do more. She wants to create. She wants to be noticed. Let's see. Unicorn, not having seen it, I'm sure he's if they play the famous song Optimistic Voices from when they entered the Emerald City. Oh yeah. I love that song. I wonder if it's copywritten. I love that. Okay, William Blake Hall says best really colored wigs I've ever saw were on the Moonbase girls in the TV show UFO. Oh, love those girls. Um, and Unicorn says some extra words in that last comment. 5G lag on my phone. Oh, there were. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Um, William says I might give the guy the thumb and index finger, meaning a-okay. And um, Unicorn Rampant Studio says, "Thanks for holding our hands." Oh, thank you for listening and being here. Uh, so yeah, this was that. People were like, "Why is that in the film?" That's why. And so here's where we get some more proof that this is an imaginary place. We get Barbie finally meeting. Oh, she gets to go to Mattel and go to their offices, and the offices look like the design is looks like it's part of Barbie Land. Look at all the pink and all that. But it could be just a design choice, to inspire coworkers and to inspire people to go out and do Barbie things, and just keeping in the spirit of Barbie in the offices. But this particular um, this particular thing scene shows a board, like a whole room full of nothing but men in the Mattel office. And this guy in the center here is Will Ferrell playing the CEO. Over the top. He's over the top. He's unbelievably over the top. And that is why I believe he is not a real CEO um, of the real Mattel. Uh, and then, if you really want to know more, this is kind of a view of the real executives at Mattel. And although there are quite a few men here, there are quite a few women as well. And then if you go to the Barbie division, it's equally spread out between men and women. So this whole thing about like, oh, this is all men, or this is a construct. This is how Gloria is seeing the world. She's not seeing reality. She is not seeing reality for what it is. This is not our real world. Our world is not a reflection, is not being completely reflected in this movie. And there he is. He says, "Please call me mother." He's ridiculously weird. And yeah, he's totally loony. Everything he has to say is insane. Another reason why I believe that all of this stuff in the so-called real world is not real. He actually takes his team and they top executives from Mattel into Barbie Land, the same way that Barbie and Ken are able to travel through Barbie Land. Okay, now just to give you guys a heads up, or a background story, it there was an escape from Barbie Land before. It's like another doll actually left Barbie Land previously, so they everybody knows that 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 they did. So the dolls are aware that they're dolls. The dolls are aware of Mattel and the real world. The dolls are aware of all of this stuff. They know where Mattel is. They know how to get around in the real world. They don't need maps. They're not surprised by anything in the real world at all. They understand it. The only thing that surprises them about the real world is how things are being run by, in the case of Ken. And also um, Barbie learns that she's not made the impact on girls that she had hoped that she had. Uh, people are actually doing what I explained at the beginning of this talk, was they were resented Barbie. They hated Barbie. They didn't well, they thought that she presented incredible physical image standards that they couldn't reach. And so, yeah, this is this is Barbie at the offices that are it's made to look like a playhouse, right? And so one of uh the inspirations is Pee-wee's Playhouse for this movie, of course, with all the colors and all of the interesting things, which is directed by Tim Burton, and there's a strong Tim Burton flavor in this whole movie of the wacky doodle stuff that's going on. It's almost cartoon. It's almost cartoon. That I mean, that's what I was laughing at the how ridiculous everything was. It was ridiculous. And I'm really super surprised that people took this seriously. But I understand if you're taking this seriously, yes, it is something to be concerned with. But this is why I'm saying what I'm saying. I saw this in a different light completely than what everybody else is thinking. Um, and so let's see what you guys think. Unicorn says the Barbie division when men play with dolls at war. And William says, suddenly I'm recalling the reprogrammed Gwendy dolls from the movie Small Soldiers. Oh, heck yeah. I love that part. That was awesome. And Unicorn says Barbie division, the mathematics of pink. Pretty much. Pee-wee, love it. Yes. And so yeah, this is getting really interesting when they want to put her in the box in order to send her back to her place. So they lie to her and tell her everything will be go back to normal if you go back inside your box, and it will return you to Barbie land and you will be just fine. And just saying it out loud, put her back in a box. It is to curtail her freedom and to stop her from her personal growth. And so this reading this in the terms of Gloria creating all of this stuff out of her mind, she feels that the corporate world, which is she believes is completely run by men, is stopping her from and keeping her in a box. Is keeping her in a box, right? This is because Barbie is her avatar. She's the one that's doing the development here. So it's really they want to put her back in a box and tie her hands. Like listen, tie her. They like physically want to tie her hands, so she can't do anything different. She's got to just do what she's programmed to do. She's got to do what she's supposed to do. She can't do anything different. So this is a person who feels really rejected. She feels unseen. She feels like she is not good enough, and she feels like she wants to be put in that people are trying to put her in a box of things that she's supposed to do in society. Okay, so uh, there's where her mindset is. That's not my mindset or your mindset or another person's mindset. That's Gloria's mindset. That's what we're watching. We're watching Gloria lose her mind. She's losing her mind. Okay, that's what we're watching. And Unicorn Rampantry says this is serious meta commentary. Yeah, it really is. And so like that's why I'm saying you could certainly read things, however you see them. But this is definitely something that I'm seeing in from my lens, um, trying to look at it objectively. And I know it's hard to do that, but hang in there with me. I think there's a little bit more. This is where we come to the part that's really the biggest sign. If there was a sign that uh, could just drop down on screen that says, this real world is not the real world. Before she comes to this particular scene, there's a long hallway. And guess what it looks like? It looks like a scene from The Matrix. When you have that long, long hallway of guns, it looked just like that. And the way the camera zoomed and everything. I was like, Matrix reference. But then we walk into a room that's empty, and then all of a sudden this lady appears. I'm like, oh, this is the Oracle from the Matrix. She gives her some tea, just like the Oracle gave Neo a cookie, and asks her a lot of questions about reality and what her perception of reality is. So this is really uh, heavy Matrix reference here, which I love. I'm like, yes, we got Matrix in the house, and this is wonderful. And William Blake Hall says, "Are the voices in your head calling Gloria?" Lyric from the old Branigan song, Gloria. Yes, uh, truly, truly. These are the voices in her head, but she's playing it all out. with the dolls. She's getting her dolls together and she's smashing them together. That's what she's doing. That's what she's doing. She's playing everything out. And William Blake Hall says, "But there's a spoon, RNG. There's a spoon." I don't. There's no spoon. That's the point. There is no spoon. Uh, yeah. And right after this, she's oh, by the way, and throughout this whole before we get to this scene, there's a whole chase scene which is super super ridiculous and outrageous. There's no way that's realistic. There's no way that's realistic at all. It's completely preposterous, that scene. It's funny. It's hilarious. It's meant to be a joke, but it's a play, another play on the Matrix. Because remember, in the Matrix, Neo is in the cubicle setting and he's running from the agents and hiding and running. That's what that's parodying there. It's parodying the Matrix, and it's beautiful. I loved it. Just I was like, yes, one of my favorite movies. Yeah, and Grovey says I was hearing Gloria by you two myself. Oh man. And yeah, it's definitely the Matrix. This woman here is Ruth Handler in the story, and they call her a ghost, but I don't think she's she's a ghost, but she's at one point Barbie is able to touch her. So ghosts aren't, you can't touch a ghost. You can't touch this. Right? So this is a construct of the mind. This is a construct of Gloria's imagination. She tells her of a secret way to leave, and so she's able to leave. So there's the real Ruth Handler with one of her Barbies. And just so that you know, that she named Barbie after her daughter, and she named Ken after her son. So these characters that we're watching on screen, these are actually very important, the names of important people that were in her life. She really cared about them deeply. So she cared about Ken. She cared about Ken. Okay, well, why would you name your son, name a doll after your son if you didn't care about it? So this movie is not in Ruth's um, imagination, has nothing to do with necessarily with her, but there is some extrapolation of her life and what she hey, it's Star Wars all over again. It's Star it's just like Star Wars. I mean, oh man. But yeah, they're extrapolating parts of reality that, to form a lot of this stuff, which I thought was really cool. I like geeking out about stuff like this. So, um, uh, Gloria finds out that Barbie is in the real world, as if that can happen, and is not. She's shocked to a certain degree, but she's not too shocked about it. Um, and so it just so happens that she has been drawing uh, pictures of Barbie with cellulite and with questions about death and things like that. So this is why Barbie's kind of going through the things that she's going through. And so um, we find out initially Barbie thought um, that it was the little she for some reason. Okay, so here's another piece that's also magical. Barbie can sit down and close her eyes and imagine or see who is playing with her sometimes. And one of the people who was playing with her is a little girl. So she thought the little girl was the one that was playing with her. And we find this teenage girl that is uh, in high school, and somehow magically, um, Barbie is able to find this teenage girl, and this is another reason why you this is fake because uh, how is Barbie able to find that girl's school where she is? Walk into the school and talk to her. Like, you can't just walk into a school and start talking to uh, a teenager or a middle schooler. Okay, you're gonna get in trouble. I mean, they won't let you in. Okay, especially an adult dressed in all pink. Like, I'm sorry, they're just not gonna do that. But again, this is more proof that the real world is a fake construct. And so that little girl is so hateful towards Barbie. She resents her. She has this long speech about how Barbie is an anti-feminist, and it has all this stuff that's really like horrible rhetoric. And we've all heard this stuff before online, and it's really upsetting because you're like, why are you so angry? Like, calm down. And she's just a teenager, so she hasn't even begun to live yet to be able to understand what she's even talking about. So there's a lot of that too. Let's see. Oh, there's some activity in the chat. uh William Blake Hall says we need Han Solo to settle this whole Luke and Leia situation. And William Blake Hall says GI Joe perhaps. Oh, yeah, there's always a thing with G.I. Joe and Barbie. And V is here. Hi, V. How are you? Says, hi. What about Cindy? Can there be something made, even an animation comedy of Barbie versus Cindy? Ooh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, the Cindy doll. Um, as William Blake Hall says, you mean the British doll Cindy? Yes. There's Cindy, and there's also Steffi Love, which I love Steffi Love because sometimes Barbie doesn't always have the right accessories and things, and Steffi Love has a lot of interesting, cool stuff. Um, so yes, and so finally, Barbie meets with the true person that she needs to connect with, which is the mother, Gloria, who is um, really dealing with a hateful, spiteful daughter that doesn't want to have anything to do with her. That little girl doesn't even want her mother to touch her. Like, she does like that all the time. It's just so heartbreaking. How horrible it must be for Gloria to raise someone and have them like shrug their shoulder to like and hate their very existence, despise them from just being in the room, and you love that person with all of your heart. How much pain is she going through? She's got every right to lose it, because I mean she feels like she's losing her daughter and the connection there. Okay. So I think this is what's really pushing her to the limit. In her little play mind or play situation, she's devised this way that her and her daughter could actually go on an adventure together with Barbie. And this is how they get back together again and get close again, like they used to be. And a lot of people have complained that there is a father and a husband in the story. And the reason why he's not in the story is because he's not playtiming with them. He's not part of the playtime. He's maybe doing something else. He's learning Spanish or something else, but he's not part of the playtime. Like, I don't know if you're, a guy who's ever been like hung around some people who played Barbies. They're most likely they don't want you to be involved because they're busy in their own little world playing with their toys. Even little boys want to play with their toys by themselves. They don't want, unless they want you to do something specific, right? And they want you to do something specific to play with them. Can you hold this? Can you be the big bad monster that destroys the city? I mean, and it's always fun to join, but in this part of the play process, dad is not involved. It's just Gloria and her daughter playing with Barbie and Ken. Okay, and so they're building they have this whole thing where um uh Barbie is taking the daughter and Gloria back to the play world, or back to Barbie Land. They're going to Barbie Land, and they go through the whole process of going through all these different scenes together, which I thought was really cute, and which creates like a nice bonding moment between the mom and the kid. Even look at you see how she's like still kind of standoffish, but slowly she's getting more and more into it, right? And I believe this is because mom is revealing more and more things about herself. She's talking more about how she feels, uh, and revealing a different side to herself. And look at Margot Robbie, all happy and cheerful. She's so cute. And when they get there, Ken has already gone back uh, to Barbie Land and has taken over, and he is has created the kingdom. Which I love this whole scene because it flipped the story on its head, number one, and you really get to see the what the Kens really want to do. What do they really want? And it's really interesting what uh what happens here. And so we've got a complete change of Barbie's atmosphere. She's kicked out of her own house. She's kicked out of her own house. Like Ken literally throws Barbie's clothes out of the house. And is that something that a guy would do? Would a guy throw a girl's stuff out of the house, or would it be the reverse? Do you think a girl would probably throw a guy's stuff out of the house? That's something that a girl would probably do. I've never done it before in my life, but that's something that I've seen done. I've seen it done. Okay. I've never seen that. A guy like purposely like do that. So I think this was all very much still in the mindset of a woman doing this stuff. Uh, uh, you know, definitely Ken is an avatar as well. I think he's an avatar. Um, and oh no, I'm sorry about that. And Unicorn says, yes, you can be the bad guy is what we would ask other people to do. Um, and William Play Call says, I'll be Indy, you'll be Belloc. Yes, 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 yes. It's so true. Like you'd ask them to do like something. Yeah, that's perfect. That's a perfect. You guys are nailing it. Yes. And V says, Dina Asher Smith, fastest British woman in history, found a version Barbie, a likeness of the professional sprinter, was released as a part of Barbie's one of a kind Shiro Connect collection. Oh, that's cool. Um, and Stumpret says, okay, darlings, I'm off. Barbie birthday hugs, kisses, mwah. Oh, mwah to you as well. Mwah. Have a great birthday, happy birthday, and have so much fun. Um, and definitely take care of yourself. We love you around here. Take care. Okay. And it was really a fun moment in the movie. And I felt like, I don't know about anybody else, but I really felt good for Ken. I was like, yes, Ken, do your thing. It was really intense, absolutely satisfying to see him for once, like, feel like he was doing something important and or that felt like he felt like somebody. He felt like he was like he was worthy. And so like he changed the whole look of Barbie's world like this. I thought it was really cool, like all the different changes that he made. And and he found his Kenergy. And of course there are like tons of t-shirts and product that's being made right now, official and unofficial, for this Kenergy. I really hope that Mattel does something fun with this, and actually does should give us like a dojo mojo castle whatever. What it's like, it's mojo dojo casa house is what he called it. So really awesome. And I just love the way he had so much confidence at this point with his boys, and they all really seemed like they were extremely happy. Even they were working together, and they were having fun. And this car that you can't barely see right there, I really want that car. I want that truck right there. I want that truck because they the other cars that they usually make for Barbies are too small. I like a big car like that. That's how I would have my Barbie in that. um, and yeah, he just was had like oozing confidence. He was like it was almost like he read like a self-help book and that was helping him to have some confidence. But truly, it was all a, an act to try to get um, what he wanted, and it was out of desperation that he came to this point where he was like, Let's try something new and different. Let's try this thing that he heard about on at the other in the so-called real world called the patriarchy." And the use of the word patriarchy really has a lot of people upset that it's being used so much. And I can understand why, but there's a reason why that word is being used so much. It is abusive the way they use this word in the movie on purpose, guys, on purpose. They're purposely using this word over and over and over again on purpose. It's part of the joke. I don't know, like, it's part of it. It's part of the it's part of the joke, and I hope that I hope that you guys see that. I mean, if you don't, it's okay. It's all right. I respect that you don't, and feel like it's not making fun of that. But it is part of a joke that is like um this whole thing that he's come up with is a ruse to try to get the very tender thing that he wants, which is what? Barbie to notice him, to have a relationship with Barbie, to have a relationship with her, to have love in his life. He's not getting that. And so this is his only chance to try to do something and not just be um so so lonely and so upset. Um, and let's see what you guys are saying. And William Blake also says, "Women throwing guys stuff out. Selma Hayek in Fair Game. Angela Bassett and waited to exhale." Thank you, William Blake Hall. I like that. And yeah, it's just that's something usually girls do. That's not really something that a guy would do. But this is um, this is part of Gloria setting up that that tension, that conflict we're we're looking for the play, right? The play that you have, you create that conflict, and you solve that conflict by the end. So that is where I'm seeing all of this. It's done in a way that it's supposed to be like you can imagine who is using the word patriarchy probably the most. That little girl, like who's probably getting ideas that Barbie's not cool to play with. uh, Barbie's not, you don't play with Barbie because she stands for this or that. And so mom is just like, okay, let's play with that idea. Let's play with that idea that this is, not independent enough or not feminist enough to, and let's play with those ideas. So I don't know. I think this is a good conversation to have. I love the fact that we're having the conversation. Uh, I uh, I want to hear, definitely what other people are are thinking. William Blake Hall says, "I only wish Kennergy was, I don't know, powder blue to give all the pink a little break." Yeah. Maybe, yeah, that'd be a good idea. Oh, and hey, Princess Power, gonna cost, yeah. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, "LL, the reality of the joke might hit too close to home for some that aren't aware of history." Yeah, I, I think so. I think people are thinking that it, and not seeing it like that. I'm hoping in like 20 years it will be taken differently, and it's the same thing with everyone being upset at everything being politically correct. Like the same people who are saying that, hey, everything is so politically correct are freaking out about this movie. It's like, wow, it's good to be politically correct unless it's about something you're concerned about. So like I said, again, I am a little bit unbiased and stuff like that. I'd like to be objective. Uh, Even when my objectives are not always considered. Like in a movie, like, and I gave the example before, Gone with the Wind is a perfect example of a movie that doesn't give a crap about me. But I enjoyed the story because it was a good story. It has great visuals. It has great acting in it. It told a wonderful story, and I'm there for it. I'm there for it. Unicorn Rampant Suya says, in new inbox Shiro is even more expensive than new inbox Micronauts in some cases. Ooh, really? Wow. Um, and says, I'm a little angry now. I need to me to have a little bit of Barbie Shira. That's going to cost me more than Micronauts Time Traveler. Oh no. And Keith E says, I am predicting that this stream hits 5,000 views. 50,000 views. Wow, that's Keith E, you're amazing. I don't know if it will, people might just hear that I'm for it and just tune away. But I do believe there's a lot of important context. I really want, I wish we could have a conversation about why why we're upset about these things, and why is it okay to be upset about a few things and not everything. um and V is saying, on International Women's Day, Mattel honored Dr. Maggie Alderin Poc- uh, Pocock, a trailblazing black woman in STEM, with her own Barbie. That's really cool. Um, Thank you for the information. And William Blake Hall, the saving grace of Gone with the Wind is that it isn't really about the Civil War. It's about Scarlett O'Hara. Yeah, it's about, yeah, her, how what a personality she had. And she had both good and ridiculous traits, to the, to the point of the last statement, that this guy that she's been, treating like garbage, and then she she wants him, and she doesn't want him, and then he's like, I've had it, I've had it. And then she's like, you know what, tomorrow is another day. You never know what might happen. I loved it. It was great. It's classic, and I can't believe we're throwing it in the garbage because of few moments that people are can't understand is part of our history, and we need to understand that. Yet that actually happened. Yes, not everything in life is fair, and people sometimes get treated badly. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says it's difficult to have that conversation in a chat. However, it is. It is very difficult, but we're this is the best conversation has probably ever been in many years because of the fact that we have this kind of platform where you can talk and you can say something and I can react immediately. And Tojo says, "I'm back, and thank God you're still streaming." Oh, yeah, I may have a little bit more to go, maybe a lot more. I don't know. It's just that this is so juicy of a topic. I really want to give it its full due. And Brogy says, "Hit the likes, guys, if you haven't yet." Thank you so much, Brogu. You're so kind to share that and spread the word there. Um, and the Unicorn Rampant City says, "Thank the human who invented RNG in our doll audience." You're so sweet. All right. Well, so yeah, I was felt triumphant for Ken. Like he's getting his moment. He's giving it all his all. He's learned a little one or two things about the real world and applying them in his world to see if they will work for crying out loud. Anything that will tip the scales in his favor, and he's doing it. And uh finding all of this like literally breaks Barbie. And a lot of people didn't understand this scene here, why she stiffened up and why she like suddenly laid down on the ground and started to act like physically like a doll, stiff. And I can only imagine it from my perspective. This has happened to me all the time. This happened to me before I started the stream. This happened to me all the time. It's anxiety and also like anytime you're stressed, sometimes people will shut down. They will shut down and they will uh, either sometimes go into hysterics or just completely zone out. I have been known to like stare at the wall for hours until I snap out of it and like, oh, I need to do something. This happens a lot. It happens to me all the time. So I completely identify with this, with this right here and this happening, because it can be and does feel uh, e- like everything has changed and you need to like recalibrate to figure out what to do. Um, and there we like physically see the manifestation of tears, uh, and very little makeup, very little makeup, because Barbie is doing something very important. She is becoming more and more like a human. And let me see if I can find. I hope it's not the last one this time. Um, uh, oh, I covered a lot already. This is great. Oh wow. Uh, there's a lot that I um uh, yeah, okay. So this yeah, this is part of the Gloria story, as I'm thinking about it, because um Gloria wants to be accepted. And the reason why I'm talking about it like this, because we're going to go through her entire monologue that she has and the things that she says and break it down, like exactly what she says and what it means. And Gloria wants to be accepted for who she is, and and her Barbie, because she wants to be accepted, her Barbie becomes more human by the end of the film. She's not, uh, in all the hair and glamour, and all of the glitz. She's in regular clothes. She's becoming more like an average. woman, like a regular human. And so that is, that is where I'm like seeing this. Barbie is Gloria's avatar, showing us that she is crying. She's going through the emotions. She's going through like her last resort to try to to fix her situation through Ken, and she is now like have reached her limit because she made a mess out of everything. Right? The no longer is the world the at peace the way it was in the beginning of the film, and so or in the so-called peace, the so-called peace. It's wasn't really at peace. It was just a veneer of peace. And so this is uh, the moment where she is finally breaking. And right after this scene, in order to console Barbie in her playtime, she gives this incredible monologue that is really awesome. And also a lot of people have taken offense to it, and so we're gonna go dig into it. See, where do we go? We are the dolls, LOL. And William Blake Hall. That would be awesome if I had dolls for you guys. And William Blake Hall says, I would shell out big bucks for a funk of RNG in a heartbeat. Wow. And our unicorn says, I know someone who produces. I'll take a look at how to submit designs. Wow, you guys are already planning merch. Oh man. Um, and William says, I think it would work great with her spacesuit and a space helmet from the reviews. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. Um, and so, oh my God, it is so small, but I'm gonna try to blow it up and so I can read it for you guys. It's really small. Um, so, so this is her monologue, right? And um, the first thing she says, it's literally impossible to be a woman. And that's Gloria's point of view, right? It doesn't mean that's how she's thinking. She's saying it's impossible to be herself, like to be her. Her, that woman, Gloria. She's not talking about every woman, but a lot of women can feel that way. I mean, I don't think it's impossible to be a woman. I don't think it's impossible to be a man or a human. It's a lot of work uh, on all settings, but this is, she says it's literal. This is what she thinks. She thinks that it's impossible to be a woman. She thinks that. Not me, not you, not all the people who like this movie, not all the people who dislike the movie. Gloria thinks it's impossible to be a woman. Let her have let her have her thought. Let her have her what is so wrong for her to think that it's impossible to be a woman? Let her have it. That's her thought. She says you're beautiful and so smart, and it kills me that you don't think you're good enough. That you don't think you're good enough. Like we have to always be extraordinary, but somehow we're always doing it wrong. And I think everybody can identify with this because there's such a thing called FOMO out there. Fear of no, that's fear of missing out. It's not FOMO, but it's the other one. Um, fear of um, what's the other one that everybody imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome. That we're doing it wrong. We're not doing it right. That we really don't belong somewhere. Okay, and we have to work really hard, stay late to do things, study like crazy. So she's not talking about something that's alien here. She's talking about something that every human can understand. But if there's any inflammatory thing here, it's where she says it's literally impossible to be a woman. That's her point of view. Okay, from where she's at, that's what Gloria thinks. Now she says you have to be thin, but not too thin. And you can never say you want to be thin. You have to say that you want to be healthy, but also you have to be thin. And I don't understand what's wrong with that statement. I don't let me see. I'm not able to see the thing. Do you guys think that there's anything wrong with her saying that you have to be thin, but you can never say that you want to be thin, but you have to stay you have to say you want to be healthy, but also you have to be thin? Do you think there's something wrong with her saying that? A character in a movie saying that? Like I'm just asking um because I'm saying like the thing that really is this is something specific to this character, and a lot of women identify with this. That's why there were a lot of people who were cheering during this part of the movie when I went to it, and it was I live in a red state, so it was like I wasn't expecting that. I was like, wow, this is hitting a point to with somebody. Not everybody can identify with this, but some it's hitting a point for somebody. Somebody thinks it's impossible to be a woman, right? And hmm, yeah, I don't know. Like, tell me what you guys think. Like William Blake says, Blake Hall says, I like this monologue. It reminds me that men also have many images and assumptions which we are expected to live up to. Yeah, men have a list of things that they're they have to do as well and have to deal with, right? The human struggle, it's very it's universal, but it's also unique. So there's things that I will never know as a woman, never understand. I can try to be empathetic and listen, but when a man is saying the things that are bothering him, I'm not going to say that he's toxic for doing that. I'm not going to say that he's shaming or hurting all women because he's mentioning that. I won't say that. That's his point of view. He's got you can have it. Uh, that's why we're all different. We're all different because we can have a different opinion. Unicorn Rampant Studio says, I feel in this situation, women's answers are the ones that matter. Oh, that's really sweet of you to say that. That's really sweet of you to say that. It is for this one individual how she feels. It I don't feel that it's impossible to be a woman, but I understand where she says that um, you know, she's having issues uh with getting it right and then feels like she's doing it wrong. How how many people can identify with that? I've been literally told by people, you're too thin. And I've been told you need to lose some weight. And it's like, okay, well, I lose some weight. You lose the weight, and you get thin, and they're like, you're too skinny now. And so you eat more, and you're like, oh, you're gaining. Oh wow, you're gaining. You gained a lot of weight, didn't you? Are you pregnant? Like that's the worst one. You're like, oh man, this is. There's a lot. There's a lot, and I would like it when I go to like a comedy um show, it got guys and girls both like doing monologues like this. That's like detailed and unleashed about what it's like to be married, what it's like to be a woman, what it's like to be a man, uh, and it's all done in comedic fashion. But in this particular situation, this particular character is has lost it. She's had about enough of everything, and she's got to let this out. She's it's the moment where the character loses their stuff. Okay. In the movie Tar that came out, the character went into a deep long monologue of some really like stuff, some crazy stuff I don't agree with, but it was an amazing monologue that went on, and the acting was amazing. can we recognize that these are characters and they're not actually like a release from a personal statement or anything like this is a character that's speaking. The whole reason we go to movies is to see different characters and learn about different experiences. This is what I go to the movies for, not to see a reflection of what's in my mirror. I go for to learn something sometimes. So she says that, and then she goes, "You have to have money, but you can't ask for money because it's crass. You have to be a boss, but you can't be mean. You have to lead, but you can't squash other people's ideas. You're supposed to love being a mother, but don't talk about your kids all the ish time. But have to be a career woman, but also always be looking out for other people. You have to answer for men's bad behavior." Now that's an inflammatory thing that she just said, specifically pointing out um, her problems that she's having with males. And I I wouldn't have I don't have this problem, and a lot of women don't have this problem, but this character is having that issue. This is what she's perceiving in her life. Whether it be true or not, obviously she's doing a little embellishing in her storytelling when she's talking about the Mattel's headquarters. She's in her head. The entire thing is run by dudes. It's not. It's not run by dudes. So obviously, there's a little bit of a skewed perception here. So she says you have to answer for men's bad behavior, which is insane. But if you point that out, you're accused of complaining. And it's kind of interesting because with her just even saying that, you know, it, it's kind of like, it's just kind of funny. You're supposed to stay pretty for men, okay? Which look, I don't know if there are women who do this, who stay pretty for men. I don't think I've ever like put on makeup or got myself all done up for anybody but myself, and I hate to feel so. If I don't know if that sounds narcissistic or anything, but I think it's very important to look like you're polished, that you care about your presentation. I know that other women care about that too. So, like, they certainly won't even be friends with you if you didn't look like if you don't look like you at least, take care of yourself. So, I think just being a human, you take care of yourself just in general. But this is her point of view. She feels like when she's looking pretty, she has to look pretty for men. It's very important to know that a lot of women don't identify with this. And especially someone who liked movie does not identify with everything that's presented in this monologue. Then she goes on to say, but you have to supposed to stay pretty for men, but not so pretty that you tempt them too much or that you threaten their other women because you're supposed to be a part of a sisterhood. That I don't even know anything about. Really, I like. Uh, then she says, but always stand out, but and always be grateful, but never forget that the system is rigged. So find a way to acknowledge that, but also be always be grateful. You have to never get old, never be rude, never show off, never be selfish, never fall down, never fail, never show fear, never get out of line. It's too hard. Now, I don't know what see, I don't play by these rules, so I don't know what this is. This is what it's like for this woman, obviously, because I don't know what this is like. I fail all the time, and I always say I pretty much laugh about those times that I fail, and when I fall down, and I can be very selfish, but I also like try to be. I share with other people. I don't know everything about what this is here. But this is what this particular woman is feeling. It's not me. I don't feel this way, but she does. She feels that way. I want Gloria to have the center stage here in the movie and have her moment to tell this how she feels. And according to her, she says it's too hard, it's too contradictory, and nobody gives you a medal or says thank you. And it turns out, in fact, that not only are you doing everything wrong, but also it's but also everything is your fault. And she goes on to say, I'm just so tired of watching myself and every single other woman tie herself into knots so that people will like us. And if all uh, and if all of that is also true for a doll just representing women, then I don't even know. Now, that last line is very interesting. Remember when I was telling you about all the stuff that the Barbie brand has gone through with by other women, telling her that she's not, has bad images. She's got a bad image uh, for femininity and all of that stuff. She's addressing that. That if the doll itself is not good enough, then you know, which is supposed to be like the epitome of beauty and fashion. So I thought this was a very telling situation about not only the movie and Gloria being the center of this universe. She is the one that this movie is about. It could have been the movie should be called Gloria. But nobody would come to see that. No one would come to see that. They would not. They would come to see a Barbie movie. So the movie is called Barbie. And this is the breakthrough moment. If any of you guys have ever seen a movie called Dogma, directed by Kevin Smith, and Ben Affleck is in this movie, and he gives one heck of a monologue. That monologue is so good. Throughout the whole movie, his character is very um, positive, like, "Oh, no, we should just try to get along." The whole time, he's like, "We should just try to get along. Let's do the right thing, and maybe we can find some good graces, and everything will be okay." Then he finds out that the system has been rigged against him, and he loses it. And all the stuff that he says is so ridiculously juicy and wrong. Like, I don't believe in any of the stuff that he says, but I love that moment when that character gets to express how he feels. We've just been talking about another movie too by the name of Joe that was released in the 1970s. And that character had such was so arresting because it was just a really rotten guy. But some of the things that he said in the film are so inflammatory. This is a movie that had a critical acclaim because it's not about the things that characters say or do. It's about the quality of the storytelling. In my opinion, for me, this story being sort of a construct of a character who's playing with dolls, and this is all a make believe world. This is genius, in my opinion. I can't help that. I can't help being uh blown away by those cinematic choices. I don't see a place where uh, men are in particular being hurt in this manner. I don't. And if again, I see characters being hurt. I see in the case of Ken, of his abuse that he's getting by Barbie. Barbie is abusing him, taking him for granted, as she says at the end of the movie. I see characters. I don't see the sweeping totality of all men on the from all time. okay, or all men in in uh in the entire pop culture. I just see characters. That's what I see. That's all I see. I see characters being abused, and at the end, some sort of solution is has been offered, with the possibility that something more greater and be more beautiful could be had in a possible second movie, or a second um uh a spin-off movie for Ken. So let's see what you guys are saying. I don't know how far back I need to. Oh wow, you guys! I there was a lot in the chat. I'm gonna try to catch up. Unicorn says, but she's a doll trying to be a woman. She's not a woman trying to be a woman. Yeah, yeah. And as someone raised as a doll or even an action figure, it would be difficult for them to be a living creature. And Keith E says, Gloria's lucky there's a writer's strike. She's gonna have plenty of time to get her thoughts together. And William Blake Hall says that we men are so contradictory just amongst ourselves. A lot of what men are supposed to want has nothing to do with what I want. Thank you for saying that, William, because I find that's true. Like every individual is different. I hate these sweeping, uh, like everybody is now under attack. Like, no, 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 no. It's just the characters in the fake movie. That's a comedy. That's it. In fact, a satire. On the likes of Brazil and movies like that where reality is challenged. This is a challenging reality that's happening for this character. And like I said, I this is why I enjoyed the complexity of this movie. And William Blake Hall says, I could watch an old Coca-Cola commercial about a shy bookworm girl being liberated by Coca-Cola to turn into a cheerleader, and I would think, where did my bookworm go? Yeah. Uh, and Tojo says, I didn't particularly enjoy this monologue, but I believe this is because of how little time we actually get with Gloria. True, true. She is not, again, she is not a character that you see a lot, but her imprint is all over everything. There, if you watch this movie again, you will see a moment where they're describing what happens to weird Barbie. And you will see that there's a child playing with weird Barbie, but behind her there is a, a name, and it says Gloria right there. Gloria has created this world. Um, and Unicorn Rampantry said all of the stuff affecting my mother. So all of the stuff is affecting my mother. So yes, I'm highly on the side of the monologue. Oh, yeah. And 100% my mother fell into this trap and was treated this way her whole life. Oh wow, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Ooh, I am so sorry. See that this is real. This is real. And it breaks my heart because one thing I have to say about this age, and the reason why I don't have any complaints about myself as a woman, is because I'm actually really lucky to live the way I live. Uh, absolutely. And the time in which I'm living, that I have all the stuff that I have at my advantage is no different to me than anybody else. And so I do, um, I really feel terrible for that your mom had to go through that. Um, and yeah, and by herself and others, unfortunately. Oh my gosh, oh no. Yeah, we're all heart, uh, hearts are breaking. Thank you for sharing your story. And she's a Unicorn Rampant Studio says, yes, my mother's nails were always perfect. Her eyes were always perfect. Her hair was always perfect. And so that her husband wouldn't cheat on her anymore. Oh, no. Oh, gosh. So it does happen, but it's not everyone. Yes, it's not everyone, and that yeah, that hurts. Oh my God, you oh my in my in my chest, in my chest. Oh man, unicorn, you brought it home. I did not. I had no idea. Thank you for sharing your story, your mom's situation with us. That is real. That is real. Um, and continues to say, I believe that what has happened is in many ways we have moved past these issues in society, but we have never truly engaged them or dealt with them directly at the root. And yes, that's part of the problem. That there's fancy labels for everything, and uh, uh, fancy terms that people have come up with, and it's all like jargon, and instead of like actually like a situation like this is hard to like again it breaks my heart, and a lot of I know of situations where some people are um, actively doing that. They are looking at trying to look as beautiful as possible to make sure that they hold on to what they have, and as far as relationships and things like that. And it can be really heartbreaking, especially if a person is getting older, they cannot continue to keep up that same appearances all the time. It's very hard to do that as you get older. Um, so yeah, that's a really breaks my heart. So sorry your mom had to go through that, and that you had to witness that. And William Blake Hall says, my mother and father figured out a long ago that they were stuck with each other because no one else would have them, more or less. That's that's cute. And Tojo says, amazing perspective, unicorn. Yes, thank you again. Thank you for sharing that, because that is, uh, like I said, that was that's never my um experience. I mean, I've had my moments, but that's way more than I even know. Um, I'm speechless. I'm speechless. Yeah, good. So this is a choice by my mother, not may not actually necessarily be something men made her do, but she did it for a man, and they responded. Oh yeah, 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 absolutely. And so that's the other piece is the agency. We all have to make our own choices. It's just that every choice we make is a consequence, right? And so it's hard to make the right choice, and Gloria also says, like, sometimes it just feels like you're doing everything wrong, but also everything is your fault. So yeah, if it doesn't, especially if it doesn't work out, uh, you welcome anytime. Your story really touched my heart. And William Blake Hall says, "You know me, love Dogma. Some scenes are shot in good old Pittsburgh." Oh, really? That I didn't know that. Yeah. And Unicorn Rapids Studio says, "RNG, do you own a copy hard? No, I'm looking and searching for a hard copy of Dogma. It was banned for a while and I couldn't find it. So I'm like, so crazy." Yeah, it's one of my favorite movies, just a great movie. Again, I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that's in there. They're just doing everything that's like completely ridiculous and outrageous, and it got a lot of people upset. And just like this movie did, just like this movie. Another movie that's also in the same vein as this is another movie I happen to also adore, which is Idiocracy, where you have this absurd society that is over the top, ridiculous, and it's just wonderful. I love every moment of that movie. Just all the details. There's a lot of details in that movie that are just like this movie, really outrageous, bombastic, meant to give you a, a and a response. And yeah, that's like William Blake also says, sorry I missed out on any discussion of Joe. Peter Boyle was has been brilliant forever. Yes, he is. No, we didn't go into too deep of a discussion on Joe, but yeah, that movie is it should have been really highly controversial, and because he definitely says some really messed up stuff in that movie that could make you think that it was promoting, uh, something it didn't, that they shouldn't be promoting. But it's just a movie. Same thing with American Psycho. Is American Psycho promoting um, serial killing? Is it really? No, it is not. It is, but it is sick. It is a sick movie, and it's highly critically acclaimed. Everybody loves that movie. They love how twisted it is and over the top it is. It's got something to say. And so we're in a ridiculous way, making such a big deal about business cards. It's part of the cinematic magic that I think we're losing sight of all this stuff. I hear a lot of people say that they wish Barbie had been simpler and easier to digest. You know what? There've been a lot of movies out today that that are pretty good movies, and yet we haven't been going to the movie theaters to see them. And why? It's because we're used to them by now. Like Black Adam, a decent movie, people didn't go see. The Flash, didn't go see. A movie that was had a lot of color and was all about the funny and it was a good time, but people didn't like that good time. Was wasn't not Ragnarok, but Thor: Love and Thunder. People didn't like the fact that it was so funny. They didn't like it. Wanted it to be less funny. I don't know. You make a movie that's like Terry Gilliam-esque, okay, with a lot of subtext and a lot of blatant stuff that's supposed to hit you over the head. It's supposed to hit you over the head because it's ridiculous. This is not the real world. This is about a woman losing her mind. One of the influences for this was a woman. I forgot the name of the movie already. It's called A Woman who's a, a woman on the verge of a nervous breakdown. That was one of the influences for this movie. What is the director trying to tell you? She is trying to tell you that the person who is having the nervous breakdown is in this movie. It's Gloria. She's losing her mind. And unicorn artistic expression can carry universal feeling without specific relationship. Yes, I absolutely believe that too. Um, uh, uh, and Unicorn says, Margot got paid more than Ryan. Oh, did she? I don't know. And oh, her real review is here. And she says, plus Barbie apologizes to Ken, showing that she wasn't without faults. Yes, she does apologize to Ken, which is one of the things that you really, really need in a story to show us that there is some repentance for some of the craziness that's happening. Yes, Zing, she apologizes. She apologizes. Yeah, she apologizes. She's very, very abusive towards Ken, and no doubt I would call it psychological torture, leading someone on, and then at the same time, like, oh, I I I'm done with you, kind of thing. I want to spend time with the girls, and not wanting their relationship to get further, deeper, not even wanting to get to know him as a person, not even wanting to get to know him as a person to see if maybe she could even like him. I mean, that's hurtful. That is so hurtful. And Ken is the kind of guy that would want to like try to like everything that she likes or try to do everything that she at least share some time with her. And she doesn't even want to give that to him. So yeah, she was in the wrong. And she apologized. She recognizes that she was wrong. And her review says, Gloria and her daughter exemplify how I felt. I love Barbie, but I felt like I felt I couldn't once she became taboo, like to like Barbie. Oh, okay. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Yeah, a lot of people felt that way about Barbie. That uh, like they played with her when they were little, but once they got old enough, they were like, "Oh, this is I can't play with Barbie anymore." And the truth is I mean, uh, we all know that uh, Barbie is just one. I mean, she's one doll. You can. There are so many now versions of a Barbie. You know, and like I showed you guys earlier. I don't know if you were here earlier, but did you see my Barbie? This is my Barbie here is my mini me. She's so cute. So I don't think we always, there's so many different Barbies now that you can play with, and different sizes and ages of dolls to play with in the same line. So I think I think it's really important to like know that Barbie is not no longer just Barbie anymore. She's all those things now. Um, and Yeah, it's okay, just sharing. And sorry guys, not trying to over serious things and just saying things happen. Everyone deals with it differently, internalize things. Uh yeah, yeah, don't apologize, please, because I loved your comments, and definitely we needed to hear that someone else had um that same had some of the same experience, and other people are having these experiences. I didn't necessarily have those experiences, but I love the fact that a character was doing what people do during monologues, is vent and tell us what's going on in their minds. And so, yeah, I appreciate you sharing that about your mom and everything. And yeah, that was very brave of you to share that. In fact. Yes, thank you. William says the same sentiments. And Botanical Brother is here, says, greeting RNG and all. Shopping now. Just wanted to say hello. Well, thank you. Thanks for stopping in. Oh boy, pushing in on 4 hours. Oh no! I didn't mean to go on for so long. Life is messy. It is. It is. And I feel very lucky to be there. And her real review is telling Unicorn he's fine, and I've made myself small at times because I didn't want to be seen as complicated. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, I can relate to. I mean, there are many times. I guess now I feel a lot different about that. But yeah, there've been many times when I was younger where I did feel like um uh yeah, I didn't wanna be trouble, so I just went without, or, like, bled silently, if you will. But I feel as if, now I've got a different perspective, and I gotta catch up on you guys are way behind me. I'm at Carol Wines, um and let's see. Uh, Tojo says, at the end of the day, if an audience wants to take everything at face value and get offended, then it's not for you. Most films aren't provocative without some metaphor, like A Clockwork Orange. Yeah, I mean, people were really outraged about Clockwork Orange, thinking that it was advocating violence, and obviously it wasn't. It's an art piece. We all can see that now, but I think when it came out, it did face quite a bit of criticism. And I think it will be interesting to see what plays out with this movie. And um, oh, sorry. What do you think? Keith E says, what do you think little girls took away from this movie? Um, Hopefully, they did not go to the movies by themselves. that, and because it is a PG-13. So at least by 13, you have an idea of the world, how it works, and hopefully you have good parenting to help get you through the hump, um, to help you figure things out in life. And I think that's the thing that's really the biggest issue in 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 when it comes to young women is just getting the right guidance from parents. And some parents don't know how to give the right guidance. You know, they're just not equipped for the information, but they just don't have the information to do it. And but I think little this is not the only place where little girls can get information about anything. There's the World Wide Web, there's TikTok, there's so many places where kids are getting information about life and living. So it really takes parents who are on top of this situation to get a good handle on how their young daughters are going to be growing up. That's all I'm saying. It's like we got to take care of our kids. Um, Tanica Brothers says, "RNG, will you do a podcast on They Clone Tyrone?" I'm planning on seeing the movie. I don't know if I'll dedicate a special, maybe one of these Wednesday mornings, possibly more for the modern take. I might be able to do it since things are slowing down a little bit. Thank you. Yes, thank you for asking. And Tojo says, "What is the what? That's what determines a film that will last. Even if you didn't like Barbie, which I did, I'll remember it longer than The Flash because any good art needs to be digested." Yeah, I mean, there are many movies now that I've seen initially, and they were fun and they were exciting or they were controversial. But now that I see them, there are like 5 or 6 different layers of things that I never even imagined that there could be. And so it just says even having Barbie apologize is a bold move, and that proves that uh, proves a lot of detractors of this film wrong. Um, well, don't I don't think anybody will see it as proof, but because it was in the movie and they saw it, they saw it already. But it's also very important that we know that she did, you know, as a person to consume this, that we know that there is remorse for her treatment of him so poorly, and that that is not the way. If Barbie is an icon, for her to treat Ken that way, uh, and just, you know, ignore it, that would be terrible. But for her owning her mistakes, owning her problems, owning her faults, it's just so remarkable. Like as as for just for everybody, women and men, uh, own your mistakes, and also please everyone be able to forgive people for some of the stuff. You know, depends on what it is, of course, but try to forgive. Uh, and Ken seems to be very forgiving by the end. And her real review says Barbie is a doll and an action figure. Yes, mine are really action figures. I try to put them on made to move bodies, which are fully 13 points of articulation, if I can. Oh, she's so cute. Thank you, my doll. I gotta catch up with you guys. And dang, what long hair and William Blake hair. Fletcher Williams is here. Says hail retro nerd girl. Thank you, Fletcher. And V says the girl in Swan lost her mind. I have seen very few movies that I have not seen something that affects people and real writers drops things. I believe that's good. Have you seen May Horror 2002? No, I don't. I usually don't watch any more horror movies. Girl in Swan. I never heard of that movie. And V it has a super sticker, a $3 super sticker, and it is a fist bump. Oh, thank you so much. Oh my God. Thank you for the fist bumps. I really appreciate those. And let me be sure to give you a special thank you. Molly, I can't believe it. Okay. Um, And her review says, "I'll catch you guys later. About to ride another roller coaster." Oh no! Be safe. Sounds scary. Yeah, I don't play with roller coasters. And always to the end. Turja says, "Has RNG seen the new Exorcist trailer, or have you been seen the original?" I've seen the original movie, and I don't. I'm probably not gonna mess with the Exorcist at all. But Petra said, "But didn't Barbie say that she would not give Ken equal rights?" Yes, that is that in so many words, that happened. Uh, and it was kind of interesting because they were like, okay, we're gonna have the system of you working your way up the system like they do in the real world. So that has to be I'm gonna give the movie the benefit of the doubt that if they do make a Barbie 2, that they will work that out and make that correct that. Because that was a moment in which I felt uh, could have been a chance for them to figure, you know, more of a piece that's better and give the Kens some homes for crying out loud. They just, I don't know what happened. They just hang out on the beach. They have no homes. And Unicorn Rampant Studios says a hip happening music drop, isn't it? I always, I was dancing, of course, during that time. And ay, ay, ay. Okay, and so let me just undo that one. And Daryl Johnson is back. Thanks, thanks for coming back. And so, um, with all of this talk and everything, just remind me a couple of movies or moments in where we had strong feminine energy in a lot of movies, and there was quite a few moments of um, talk of female superiority over men and things like that. And you know, are we boycotting these as well, or are we upset about these as well? Like Catman, Woman from the Moon, which I reviewed, which was that's a very interesting movie. Can we see how this movie is not going to dismantle or had not this movie did not dismantle um, anything to do with culture, right? It was fun, it was silly, and it was also a fantasy, and that's what this movie is. It's a fantasy. This movie that Barbie is a fantasy movie. It's not real, and even their depiction of the real world is not real. And we didn't have anybody complaining that a group of Amazons were gonna uh, were gonna exact death by snoo snoo at all, right? We didn't have any problems with that. That was cute. So I think there's a lot of a lot of disparity on like a lot of the complaints that I hear. I'm sort of like, there are a lot of movies for you to put on your list now of movies that are controversial. And so this one too is another one that was a highly controversial movie. And during one of the really key moments in the film, a whole bunch of the characters from different ethnic groups were saying very, very horrible slurs throughout the movie. And we would definitely not call this movie a racist movie, um, right? even though the characters were speaking and the characters were doing. It's not a racist movie. That's the thing that I'm trying to impart here is that movies are not the thing. It's the people. People are the ones that do the thing, right? Do the right thing. People are the ones that are doing the thing. It's not has nothing to do with a movie. A movie is a movie. It's entertainment. And if you went to be entertained in a different way and you didn't like it, I like I said, I respect that 100%. I totally respect that 100% because that is what movies are supposed to be about. About if you enjoy it, give it a thumbs up. If you don't like it, don't watch it again. Don't talk about it again because also talking about it means that it's going to get more eyeballs on it and it's also going to get promoted more. So, yeah, I mean, we've been doing controversial stuff, movies for ages. And this is one of the first like actually decent movies in a while. Can we have it? Can we just have a decent movie? And I think this has got um some great stuff in it. Cinematically, just like diving into a deep uh, cake, like a delicious cake is the best way I can describe it. Like a nice birthday cake at that, with lots and lots of frosting. I loved it. I really did. Um, and this is, one of the scenes where they're taking over Barbie. And this is another complex I was going to mention about Ken, because they mention more than once uh, it's and Ken, Barbie and Ken. And this scene is so hilarious, but so good. I loved anytime Ken was on screen because it just the whole just all of the fanfare for Ken was great. And I think he's one of the hidden. I wouldn't say he's like the hero of the story, but he's definitely the uh, one of the characters that I feel is as has the most growth in the story. It really, and besides Barbie also going through her growth and becoming human in a way, through, and she does fully become a human, but throughout the time you can see that she's becoming more and more human. Um, and Ken is just starting to realize who he is without Barbie. So no longer will he have to be uh, Barbie and Ken. He can just be Ken. And this song is called Just Ken. And it's really nice because uh, he's saying two things. One, he's separate from Barbie. He's just Ken now by himself, and he's his own independent person. But he's also saying just Ken, as in, I'm just a man, I'm just me, accept me as I am. And it's beautiful, beautiful. I love that for my characters to go through arcs and have sort of a vindication um and really like becoming Ken. He was Ken before, but now he became a different version of Ken, which is just awesome. And And Unicorn says, "People can be bad. We are people." Yeah. And Daryl Johnson says, "Don't forget, Ken is a secondary toy. Yes, he's a secondary toy in the Barbie line. There's always going to be more Barbies than Ken, and that is not That's not a matriarchy. That is just the way the toy line is. Just like when you go to your Hot Toys." Uh, there's going to be mostly guys in there and maybe a few girl toys or girls and represented or females represented in there. It's just because that's just the nature of the toy line. And they're striving to make a story out of this. and I think they achieved something a lot deeper than I ever imagined that they could. It really went into a deep psychological place, really taking this lady Gloria and presenting her point of view. And this is all her point of view. Let's not forget that. And William Blake Hall says, people are people, so why should it be that you and I get along so awfully lyric? People are people by Depeche Mode. Yes, one of my favorite songs. I hear that song almost every day. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, look, Ryan Gosling wasn't even the main character in the movie where he was the main actor. So he's even doing this almost all men involved in films. Yeah, I thought he was such a standout. He was such a standout. I loved every moment um, in this film. And mentions Blade Runner 2049. And V said, I saw Do the Right Thing when I was 13 and loved it. I got, I got it, and this happens, and why, and this happens, and that's why I thought it was a great movie. Yeah, it was fantastic. I remember seeing it with my mom, and we loved it. Um, and it's a heavy movie. It's a heavy movie. Oh my God, it's heavy, but it was really good. Keith he says, how many females? Yes, how many females were? I will never understand Smurfs at all. I will not. They actually had to make one. They did make a Smurf movie where there were Smurf female. I'm trying to figure if there was like a whole village of Smurfs that were females, or um, or there were three evil Smurfs that were females. I don't know. I'm thinking probably of two separate movies. Any Smurf experts in the house? Daryl Johnson says, now, what would happen to Ken if he got mixed up with GI shows? Yes! Woo! It'd be fire, okay? I would lose it. I'd be all there. I would be all there, okay? Stop loss. And Casey stop loss at Schwab stock trading terms. And unicorn. No one knows the best ways of Papa's. Uh, uh, no one knows the ways of Papa Smurf. He only revealed the invention of one Smurfette, but there could be many in hiding. Ooh, ooh, that sounds really. Yeah, the lore of the Smurfs is really incredible. We need to get into that one day. Let's see. Yeah, so all of this was fantastic, well shot. It was cinematically just again like eating a piece of cake. Uh, and Ryan was incredible in his performance singing. I'm not sure if everybody knows this, but he got his start as a Disney Mouseketeer, and so he's got all of the training to sing and dance, and even comedic timing, acting, all that stuff he learned from Disney. So he's a pro, and it was just wonderful. And this was always this one. This really, I was really actually crying in several parts doing the film, just feeling my emotions in it and letting myself get taken away with the characters. And this was really incredible. I am Kenneth. That is just really cool. And like I said, I want to see more stuff with Ken. I hope they are going to do more stuff with Ken. But yeah, he just like his storyline was inspiring to me. Like, wow, like he's on his way. He's on his way, and so are the other Kens. They're on their way to having a more equal society. Um, and hopefully, like remember in the beginning of this, I showed you guys all of the careers that Ken had. I hope like if they do a part two that they will show that Kens have a career. that they have different careers and that they're actually a part of can be a part of the Barbie land. But again, this is going to have to be Gloria's growth for that, right? Because everybody plays with their toys differently. I play with my toys differently. They have their own. I have a cafe for them. I have like different rooms from them. My rooms are not pink. I don't have a doll house for Barbie that's all pink. I have everything is of neutral colors, and I don't have any of the stuff uh that Gloria has in her Barbie land, right? But it like again, when I play with my toys, I play with them differently. So we'll see like what they actually, if they can come up with can a Ken movie or a Barbie part two, and if Gloria will still remain as the Imagineer of that story. That's pretty interesting. And William Blake Hall says my Russian history teacher got worried when she read an essay saying that Catherine the Great freed the Smurfs. And I would get worried too. And Unicorn Reference to I did not mean to get into Smurfdom. And then Darnell says, "Dirty Smurfs." And Unicorn says, my Eastern European history professor got mad when I said people under communism asked for their own troubles." He said that to a teacher. I was much younger. I didn't know what I was talking about. Holy moly. Oh, man. And he said Smurf was the Barbie of female Smurfs. Yeah, she was. And Unicorn, it's not a huge Smurfs fan, but had to study the lore to make sure I can answer questions when I visit the underworld. Yeah. And so ultimately, in this whole playtime, we have Gloria and her daughter getting closer and closer and closer together until by the end they're really close, and they've now kind of mended their mother daughter bond. Um, and so I did hear a lot of stuff about people saying that the story is anti-moms, and here we have the story being told from a mom's point of view, saying that she's having such a hard time being a mom, okay? That she's having a hard because she doesn't, she's not right. Things aren't perfect. They even show images of the child pushing her mother away from her and rejecting her. She was having a hard time, okay? And so this is the mend of this. And now we have mother and daughter restored. Okay, her motherhood is restored. And she even says at some point, is it okay? I'm not really getting the language 100% here. She says, is it okay for me just be a mother? Can I just be a mother? You know? And uh and then she also says, can there just be a regular Barbie? Like, can there just be a regular doll? Which by the way, I showed you at the beginning of this live stream that there are plenty of regular dolls that Mattel is already making. So this is not an actual critique of Mattel at what they're doing right now. This isn't a critique of her telling herself, the person inside of herself that feels like she needs to live up to the Barbie standards, that it's okay to be, can I just be a mom and not have to be everything else that Barbie is? And the answer is always yes, right? The answer is always yes. The answer is always yes. And she didn't know that the answer is always yes, but it is. The answer is yes. And then we've got the guys in the back looking at the money and they say, yeah, that will make a lot of money. In her mind, this is all happening. I mean, when on earth do you ever get instantaneous results like that, right? So another point about the real world that I think everybody should know is that things are happening in Barbie land, and then happening like instantly in the real world. Like Ken's Mojo Dojo Casa house. Um, he's just building it. And so in the real world, like just like that, it's already been made, it's been marketed, it's selling off the shelves, they say. It's like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. Because I know that it takes a while for these products to get developed with the actual in the actual real world that we live in. It takes like up to like 6 months to a year for these products to like really go through the rigmarole to be okay to put on the market, and also to set it up with the other things that they've already put on their schedule to be released. So this can't happen like this. That's where we're just we're supposed to believe in all of this magic, but it's not magic because it's not real. That's it's not real. It's not. None of it is real. Have I said that a million times? The real world in this world is not real. It's not real at all. Um, and um, and this is the closing where I'm gonna wrap up my statements. But Unicorn says Wicked Deep. I think so. I think it's really cool to have a movie like this that's diving into reality and playing with realities like The Matrix did, and like Brazil did. This is exciting for me to uncover and dive into. And like I said, I can't wait for it to come out and have my own copy so I can really super dissect each moment of the film and see where Greta put in all of these interesting nuggets of information. And I believe there's a lot more than what I've uncovered already because of the fact that she is a cinephile. She loves movies. This lady loves movies. With the right money behind it, I think she is really capable of making a masterpiece, if this is not one, right? If this is not one. And I really should be giving this higher notes, but there is one complaint that I have with the story, and again, is that it's not finished. That's my complaint. It's not a finished story. Simply because as which was pointed out, that they did not totally equalize Barbie Land, and they should have equalized it. They should have equalized it, or at least show us more than just like, oh, you can get a smaller job and then go. Like we want to see like real. I want to see bigger changes, bigger efforts for change. So it's on its way, but it's not quite there. But I feel semi-satisfied that it's on its way to equalizing, on its way. And so he says keep time job for mentoring Smurf, but he didn't mention the Terminator, so that's a wash. And everyone wins, Kitty. Um, and Hungry Jerks here says, I want a non-binary Barbie. Well, there is a lot of them actually on the market. And Unicorn says, yeah, that's called an android. And he says, add 10 Barbie would add 10 Barbies would be 1 and 0. Be a 1 and 0. And maybe that's what was Wicked Deep. I'm so sorry. Am I Unicorn, you're killing me with all the it's not real real world real like real the real world is not real. Like I love hearing you say that. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that because it seems like everyone is taking the real world as a real place, and that it's a real commentary about the real world. It's not the real world. It's a play real world that Barbie needs to go to for Gloria's story, for a glorious playtime that she's having with the dolls. So yeah, that's. I mean, this is how I play. I play with my dolls a lot like this. You know, they go into different worlds. One time they're a princess, and the next minute they're baristas. The next thing they're, they're in space. Like I do whatever, it's imagination. It goes all over the place. And Brogu says, the Retro Nerd Girl show is over. I will be in the corner of my bedroom crying now. Copacabana said early, Catania said earlier, men suffer in silence. True words never spoken. I feel your pain. Oh, you're so adorable. Says, I'm going to be like 21 now, and anyone wants to be like 22, 21, 20, you meant 22. And B says, I just have and figures John Lennon, uh, Mike Wazowski with mitts, Cool Running, Sanka, initiate them in Hot Toys. Oh, okay. That sounds cool. Uh, and Unicorn Rampant City says, Brogu, come with us gently into the light where we can still have the observations and feelings that we hold close, but we don't externalize. I'm joking. There's no light. Oh, that's so sweet, V. You gave me another super sticker. And this one says, cool. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you for the great conversation, too. Thank you. And oh, wow, I need to give you a little, let me give you a quick thank you for that. Um, let's try this one. Thank you so much. And let's see. And Toja says, "What a fun stream this was." Yes, it was. And yes, let me see um, if I have. And William says, "I'm out. Catch you next month." Okay, yes, catch you next month. And let's see. Mm, I am gonna save those for the closing. But I wasn't totally finished. Just gonna just say how nice everybody. Margot Robbie was incredible. She knocked it out of the ballpark with her performance. It was very very touching what she did with it. And just she was there for the smiles, for the cries, everything. She just was a trooper throughout the entire thing, and I can't be I can't help but think that that was a lot of hard work for her to do this. Um, and so I appreciate it. And plus, more running around with high heels. It's hard work too. And there was a significant amount of part time of them being just on skates. And Ryan Gosling was fantastic. Loved his performance. Loved what he offered Ken, and that he wanted to tell a story that he saw from the beginning of a character that was number two on the totem pole and wanted to be number one, or at least like regarded in some way. So he didn't want to knock Barbie off her pedestal, but he wanted to have at least some acknowledgement from her, and he wanted to have a job. He wanted to have something to do. He wanted to be important. He wanted to be important. Again, this is Gloria's need as well. This is Gloria's need to be important, and she feels she's being held back. And the truth is that she needs to give herself permission to be human, and that's the moral of the story right there. Um, and the Barbie merch you can't get anything now. Like there's a couple. I tried to buy a couple of items, and I couldn't buy anything. I do, however, have this a little show and tell for those who like this stuff. I do have the Barbie car Matchbox. Oh no, this one is Hot Wheels, right? Hot Wheels. So I believe also that um, I think that Warner Brothers may be doing a movie with Hot Wheels. So that's something to be that might happen. Um, and oh, okay. Let me read this. Fresh off the blockbuster success of the Barbie movie, Mattel and Warner Brothers Discovery will be staying in business for years to come. The toy giant has renewed its licensing deal with Warner Brothers Discovery Global Consumer Products, making it the official licensee for toys, dolls, vehicles, and games for more than 50 of Warner Brothers Discovery's brands and franchises. Among the Warner Brothers Discovery brands that Mattel produces toys based on our DC Comics universe and Harry Potter franchise. As well, the programs like Ted Lasso, Friends, and Seinfeld. Um, Mattel has been a licensing partner to Warner Brothers for some 20 years. And that is a story I got from the Hollywood Reporter, which I thought was incredible. Um, that because of the success of this movie, we're going to get more toys from uh, just any Warner Brothers property. So that's like when the DC movies come out, we'll get all the toys and stuff from them as well. And my rating for this movie was a 9.0. And I did, like I said, I did have some criticisms for it. I did have the criticism that it wasn't finished and should have been completed, but we may get a completion in another video in another movie. So I'm patient to see what happens with this if becomes a franchise or if as far as franchising movies, or if it will continue. If this is just a one and done thing. So we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see. And the Invasion episode 6 finale, I'm going to talk about very briefly next week. Go through just to um, complete the cycle that I started. But this week we, of course, skipped it. Um, and Oppenheimer, some news about Oppenheimer. Barbenheimer double features were only the beginning. Disappointed by sold out shows, hundreds of thousands of Barbie fans turned to Robert Oppenheimer for comfort. The result, an extra 5 million at the box office for Oppenheimer. And according to film data research company Quorum, 6% of the people who saw Oppenheimer in the US in the past week did so because tickets to Barbie were sold out. Oppenheimer drew 83 million domestically, so 4.98 million is attributed to Barbie leftovers. Isn't that wonderful? I mean, that's really cool. Now, that article was from IndieWire. And so, another thing that I got from discussing film is just the opening weekend for Barbie, 155 million, and Oppenheimer at 80, uh, 80.5 million for the weekend, just for the weekend. Like this Monday, there was a lot more record sales. And so what we have now, we've got Barbie on top for number one. Number two, got Oppenheimer. Sound of Freedom is still hanging in there, guys. What a triumph for that for Angel Studios. They are making bank. They are making bank. And then we have Mission Impossible at 4. I heard that Mission Impossible is a very, very good movie. And it still begs the question, why are people choosing to go to see Oppenheimer and Barbie over Mission Impossible? That is a question that we'll have to ponder. We'll have to ponder. And we have also still, on the tail of the top 10, we have Insidious, The Red Door, Indiana Jones, and The Dial of Destiny. Elemental is hanging in there. We've got Spider-Man Across the Spider Verse is still hanging in there as well. Transformers Rise of the Beast, I believe that's the ending of that, and No Hard Feelings. And this is the first week that The Little Mermaid has dipped in out of the top 10. And that is the completion of my slideshow. You know, I've always got to finish my slideshow. um, and let's see. All right, guys. My next video is going to be on Friday. If you guys have time tonight, I'm going to be streaming on Lord Necron's channel. Doing retro talks there. But tomorrow, not tomorrow, but Friday, I will be doing the last of the Canon Films retro talks. So I'll be doing that. So hope that you guys can join with that. And I think we're all set. We're gonna start doing the let's see a little. hmm, mm, There you go. There I am. I'm gonna start doing the closing, which is a video, 3-minute video in which you can say goodbye to the friends that are left in the chat. You can say goodbye to any of the new friends you made. Any last minute thoughts about Barbie, Barbenheimer, uh, anything you desire, any thing messages you want to leave for me, go ahead and do so. But guys, without further ado, I bid you adieu. And this was a fantastic time to chat with you guys for 4 hours and 45 minutes. Always so much fun. Take care, guys. See you in the next video.
Retro Nerd Girl, you are clear for takeoff.